He's a postdoctoral researcher at the Center for Research in Cognitive Science, CINCCO. He completed a postdoctoral fellowship at the Institute of Philosophical Research at the National Autonomous University of Mexico. He holds a PhD in philosophy from the Sorbonne Paris 4 and the University of Glasgow. He studied a master's in cognitive science at the École Normale Supérieure in Paris and earned his bachelor degree in philosophy at UNAM. And since 2020, he has been a member of the National System of Researchers of CONACYT. At the beginning of 2024, he held the Mexico Studies Chair with Fulbright Garcia Robles Fellowship at UT Austin. So he's presenting us this talk called The Phenomenology of Nepantla. So you have 30 minutes around this.
Muchas gracias por estar acá. Agradezco por su presencia. When I was running here, I was thinking about what I thought I was going to be doing as a philosopher. Maybe one day I was like, what is phenomenology? I don't know, that sounds very cool. So I was thinking my 21-year-old is very happy to be here saying about phenomenology of the past. It's such an achievement. That's not any reason even having all so this is the name of the talk about the phenomenology, and I was talking about this with Espanol yesterday. Is not the feeling of Nepantla, is more what is the structural, or how can we understand what it means to be in ambiguous states. So it's the phenomenology of ambiguity, and ambiguity in a social level. So that's the main thing that I want to talk about. These are my sponsors. These are the people that at some point or another have been behind the creation of this project. So I thought of doing it this way. I thought I don't know ones who, in one way or another, have been helping to create this project. And what I'm going to present to you just now is okay, so it is a mixture. So since I'm going to be talking about Nepantla, and Nepantla probably means in between worlds, or something that is ambiguous, or something that combines different categories. It's something in between analytic phenomenology, which is what I take that I was studying during the PhD, which is the idea, broadly was the idea of how we can explain certain mental things, particularly qualia, in terms of the semantics, so in terms of content, in terms of what the experiences are about, the hope that we had, or that they had. I think I'm losing it. At the time that we can understand certain aspects of the mind, particularly in phenomenology, in terms of the content of experiences, not what about the intentionality of experiences. So it's a mixture between that and Mexican philosophy. And there's this discussion between Filosofía Mexicana, Filosofía Mexico, or Mexican philosophy. I think what I do is Mexican philosophy more than Filosofía Mexicana. It's trying to say something from the analytic background about the philosophy that has been done in Mexico, what Mexico is, what makes social identity a platform identity. So I'm trying to make it between those two traditions. And the two main concepts that I'm going to be talking about is Nepantla. This is the grounding of zozobra. So very broadly, what I'm trying to say is that zozobra is the experience of Nepantla in the same way that fear is the experience of danger, or sadness is the experience of loss, etc. So Nepantla is the ontological situation of being in an ambiguous state, and zozobra would be the experience that refers to being those states of ambiguity. Just a few quotes to kind of understand the kind of project that I'm interested in. Guillermo Hurtado is one of the people who has worked under this tradition the most, doing an exegesis of Mexican philosophy. And interestingly, most of this work is based on Emilio Vargas, one of the members of the Grupo Inferior. And he went to study under Heidegger. He didn't have the best experience at the time. There's a book about that, also about his memoirs and his diary. But the idea is he was trying to work in a Heideggerian perspective, And the idea was not only to think that Dasein is this structural way of being for all humanity, but it was a more localized way of understanding the Dasein that every person is. And that Dasein is existing in a way that is also permitted by society and social and historical structures. So it's not just a transcendental or a epistemological being, it's kind of like a historically charged being, and that's the way that I was trying to explain who he was. By that Dasein, that Latin American Dasein, that Mexican Dasein, that he was trying to organize as an ontological proposal. What I do is more phenomenological. So I try to say that there's the ontological basis, but what we really are dealing with is the phenomenological basis of how we relate to ontological conditions. There have been a few articles and newspaper notes on this notion of zozobra. This one is from Carlos Alberto Sanchez. He was the one who translated Análisis del Ser Mexicano into English. And he has this, it was the first time that Trump was president that they published him. Little did we know. And they say zozobra has spread throughout American society, American in the English sense of American. Not American, it's so funny, American and Americano, it's not the same, it does not refer to the same amount of people. So it's American in the American sense. Zozobra has spread throughout American society in recent years, and we believe that the perspective of Mexican philosophers can be valuable to Americans during these most times, and I think to Americans actually should mean Americanos. No? It's relevant to all of the countries because the structures, the historical structures behind many of our countries in the continent America are very similar. So this ambiguity actually helps to understand not only people in Mexico but in other nations. And this is a quote from a book from Olivier de Roche. He was partly responsible for the creation of MAC, of the Museum of Contemporary Art in the Railway. And he has this thesis about how Latin American art works. And it's just about the importance of reflecting on those categories in order for us to have a saying of who we are instead of the other saying who we are. And I think that in relation with the United States, in the North, or the global North, or whatever you want to conceive those structures, it's important for us in terms also of Mexican philosophy to have a saying in what we are trying to understand Mexicanness is, because otherwise it's mostly people from the US also saying what Mexican philosophy is, so it's important to be part of that conversation. And that conversation is taking place in English, which is also an interesting aspect of that. A few historical aspects. At the time that I was now at Austin, they have a fantastic archive, and they have a very good library at UT Villas, at the Center for the Study of Latin America. And there are a few books on Emilio Uranga, not just so you know a little bit of the character. And it's he was well known for being very sharp, very intelligent. He had a very powerful mind, and other of his fellows tend to make that remarkable. Poseedor de una inteligencia monstruosa, Quite something to say about that person. And he was part of the Imperium, the Grupo Imperium, together with Luis Villoro, Arturo Arnaiz. Jorge Portilla has another very interesting book called The Phenomenology of Relajo. Relajo is kind of hostility, is the lack of seriousness, And there's like a whole treatise of the Phenomenology of Relajo, which is, I think, something to look into. And there's Emilio Uranga. He didn't pursue an academic career, and then he turned more into politics, and he was an advisor for president, so he took a very interesting path as a philosopher in our society. Not to say that he was the best or anything like that philosopher, but he has some interesting ideas that are worth rewriting and rereading. I wouldn't say I was, we were mentioning that yesterday, I don't think of myself as an Urangian philosopher, but I think he has some very interesting insights that help us then to move into other questions, to see how we interpret what he was trying to say. This is the cover of Análisis del Ser Mexicano. Right after I finished my PhD, I went to the Maison du Mexique at Paris. That's where I was living, and I was confronted with Elie de Gortari and Emilio. And then I was like, I'm going to read this. And then I just entered this book into reading the book in a few days, and I'm like, wow, this is really fascinating. And it was the first time that I could understand every single word of something that I was reading after all those years of learning this code that I'm using just now. It was fantastic to be able to read in my own language. This is an important quote, not just context, which I think is very crucial to understand what we're trying to do with making sense of what Vargas was trying to say. And he says, America, Hegel said, is an accident of Europe. Which also America and America of Europe. This proposition must be taken literally, he says, being accidental, and accidental is a very important concept for him, should not imply for us an inferior value compared to the substantiality of Europe. Rather, it implies that what is authentic or generally human is not something consistent or enduring, but rather fragile and real. So the general idea is that there's controversy on how to interpret this because some people think he was an essentialist about what Mexicanity is. And if we read it that way, it's not as interesting. But I think it's giving us the structure of a certain way of understanding social structures that repeat again and again, and then in different contexts, they take different identities. So being Mexican, very broadly speaking, is somehow being partly European, but not fully European. And then I think that a good example of that is that we speak Spanish, but we are not Spanish. Not the fact that our code is called in a way that does not belong to our nation. And only Spanish can speak Spanish, but Mexicans, Argentinians, Colombians, we also speak Spanish, we speak Colombian or Mexican. That shows that ideological aspect of how we are somehow accidental of we are not the substance of where it emanates from. And we would, if we started speaking Mexican, then we would substantialize that identity. So the Mexican is defined. Here I chose la mexicano, se elige, como accidental, and that se elige is not himself, is as the author, it's like he's understood as precisely as the negation of the Spanish, which is seen as substantial. And at the time, Vargas thought that neither the French or the Americans, from the United States were substantial to the Mexican, but I think that has changed. And I'm going to try to show you super quickly how it does happen. Okay, I think the other very important quote to read more carefully. Here, I think he's working more as a way of metaphor. I don't think he is making a very precise analogy, because that is kind of what I've been trying to do. And as it is, he says, as we have said, being Mexican or being accidental, rather, that's the real purpose of it. And then Mexican means a certain form of accidentality in relation to pre-Hispanic and Hispanic cultures. It's a way of being that it oscillates or swings like a pendulum. That's one way of being ambiguous. Moving from one extreme to the other, making both instances simultaneous and never sacrificing one for the other for the sake of the other. Sacrificing one for the sake of the other. So we have to understand this kind of idea of, at the same time that it's pendular and then it oscillates, what we're trying to describe is the process of oscillation, not being A and then B, it's being that boldness that we are interested in. It does not settle, so to speak, on neither of the two agencies, but rather between them. And that between them is a different sense of family. I think there's more than one set of issues. It has more than one human here. The novel to work encapsulates it perfectly in Nepantla, and that's the main word of the day. In the middle, halfway at the center. But take a look at being at the center is not the same way that being pendular. Those are two ways of being ambiguous. And Nepantla, he's not the first one to use the word Nepantla. He's inspired actually in Ramon López Velarde to use the word Zozobra and Nepantla. And I'm waiting to get these other quotes about Nepantla, and I'm waiting from Virginia to give if she is into this. And she has like an 18th century use of the word, which I think will be very interesting to see if that's also used philosophically. But Nepantla would be this, no? This vague idea of something that comes and goes. But there's a way of understanding Nepantla that, for example, Gloria Saldúa uses, which is a Chicana philosopher. And she says of being in the middle, it's more like borderline. It's another form of ambiguity. So when we are, for example, in an airport that doesn't belong to termination, say, we're in a place that is neither of those places, or we're right in the border. When we're crossing the border to the US, that place of the border is not very clear either of those two, but at the same time, it's neither, it can only exist in reference to the negation of those two. So this is a way of the pattern that I think sometimes happens socially, of being that in the middle, but to be in the middle, you need to be in the middle of two other things that are not the same. And there's this other way of being in the middle, which is zigzagging. So sometimes I'm white, sometimes I'm brown, sometimes I'm white, brown, but depends on who you're talking to, or how wealthy you are, or how educated you are, so depends on this kind of oscillation. And similar, but not quite yet the same, I think is the idea of pendulum. And the idea of pendulum is that it has scales. So it's not just back and forth, but it's being more or less of something in certain categories. You cannot like oscillate between categories. And what we're trying to describe is that oscillation process of being more of something, so you become rich, become richer, become poorer, but not yet poor, and then you get poor, and you can be the poor of the rich of the poor, the rich of the rich, the poor of the poor, the poor of the rich, and so on and so on. And that's a different form of family. I will not go into the details of this beyond the image, but that's the idea of thing that I think that can be captured with the general structure of society. So, with that context and that all being said, this is the third one that I want to talk about today. So, the first one is just to clarify this difference between Nepantla and zozobra. Uranga, I think sometimes uses indiscriminately those two, as well as Gloria Saldúa. Sometimes she mixes phenomenology with ontology, so I think it's good to have that difference in order to read those texts more carefully. And I do think they have that idea in mind. It's just that sometimes they're not as precise with the use of the word Nepantla for one of those two levels. So that's what I think is good to differentiate. And also zozobra, the phenomenological aspect of intentionality towards something, and Nepantla, the ontological conditions of being in those states. And what that allows, among other things, as when the people who think that I'm thinking zozobra as an emotion. And one of the good things of this paradigm is that you can get things wrong, because it's intentional. So you may feel like you're in a very ambiguous state, but actually you aren't. Or you can not be in, or not realize that you are being in an ambiguous state. Sometimes you take these complex social categories if you're not aware. So that's what I think is interesting to differentiate those two levels. And then I'm gonna kind of like work as a case study. I have two case studies that I've thought of in terms of zozobra and Nepantla. One is more in the aesthetics, so I will give you just the gist of what I'm trying to argue for. But the idea is that we can understand the dialectics of Mexican art from muralism to contemporary art as a way of trying to resolve zozobra in different moments in time in art. Broadly, I mean, not every aspect, not every piece of every artist makes that, but I think as a group that are trying to deal with that, as we can see with muralism, there's a kind of something. Even if they hated each other, they were working in the same model of trying to change the world. And then I have another case with in gender where I think some forms of non-binary gender can also be explained as forms of zozobra or forms of Nepantla. And the very general idea also is that there are two stages of this. So where is the stage when things are accidental? That is that they are negating some of the structure. And then those structures get re-ontologized. And then they become fundamental. And then they change again because life is complex and it's in constant change. And then it becomes accidental. So actually it's a dialectical process of being fundamental and then accidental and so on and so on. So for example, if we started saying that we speak Mexican, we will make this code of saying chill, challenge, and anger, and so on. We will fundament that code. But that doesn't mean that it's fundamental in itself, because it can change again and then it will turn into something. And then I think it's a better reading of Uranga is that what he's saying about human construction is that it's not a Dasein that it's the same for everyone, but rather that it's a form of Dasein that is constantly developing, and it's kind of adding those social structures to the idea of what creates the kind of beings we are. Okay, so I'm going to just give you some definitions of how I think we should differentiate these two and give you a very general idea with nice images of those two without going into much detail. I'm waiting for those details to talk to you in conversation, and also I want to turn and make two papers using this concept to have a paper on aesthetics and a paper on gender. And I want to test these ideas with you, see how convincing they are and how to improve. So, okay, first part. This is the definition that I have of zozobra by now. It's something so you can be disagree with, not sort of the idea, but also convinced to a certain extent. So I think P and by P in a person. So I think that the best way that I found to understand who is the bearer of zozobra is a person. And a person, I mean something or someone that has three levels, that is biological, psychological, and social. And those three levels are then combined to be a person. So you have to have a body, you have to have desires, beliefs, and you also have to be the son of, the daughter of, the father of, the colleague of. No, it's kind of all those things is what makes you a person. And I think zozobra, given that the intentional level that it is working is culture and all people relations, I think it works at the personal level. So I think for me that's important not to talk about subjects, talk about people. Also, zozobra happens to people, not to, because the whole idea is to kind of like decontaminate these ideas of talking just of transcendental structures, but it's finding abstinence, one between. I never started running this, those were like 25 minutes. Yeah. I think it's always time. Anyway, so that's like to find this middle point between transcendental structures of something, but also to talk about people with okay. So a person experiences zozobra when that person represents herself as sharing qualities. It is important of antagonistic groups. And by antagonistic, I mean groups that are in struggle of resources. It could be energy, it could be money, it could be space, without attributing herself full membership to any of these contrasting groups. Antagonistic, that is to say, without being neither completely or exclusively member of any of this. And the Nepantla state is that is when that same person shares the qualities of those antagonistic groups. We can see it in terms of properties, without having full or exclusive membership to any of those groups, no? Without being neither completely or exclusively ambassadors. So this would be the general idea. This is one of the idea that we're going to have in mind. So you say, let's call it this America, no, America and Europe. And Mexico would be an accident that is mixing cultural aspects of both cultures. And not only cultural, but geographical. Like what makes Mexico is a mixture of partly Europe, partly pre-Europe. It gets combined, it's kind of a form of mestizaje, but what I want to add is that these groups have to do it actually makes sense of why it's a form of anguish. I think zozobra is an example of social anguish. They are struggling for resources. And then Nepantla will be that state, and zozobra will be whatever this intentionality is of being like, oh, I'm that Nepantla state, no? In either being in the middle or kind of like going back and forth. Yes. And that would be the feeling of zozobra or the emotion of zozobra. Not just a pure feeling, it's a bunch of things like any emotion because they're represented states. And super quickly, I think this same definition can help us understand a good amount of literature within the Mexican philosophy or the philosophy of Mexicanity, like Samuel Ramos, no, who gives name to the library at the faculty, and the idea of pelado, this entity that is part of is lower and higher class somehow, so it's kind of like a chingado chingon, or like a chingon chingado in terms of past. As well as Roger Bartra, who has a beautiful essay on this mythical figure that is kind of like a salamander, but not yet that now, that has like superpowers of regenerating themselves. That's also very Nepantla, you know, it's a very Nepantla animal, and it's in the 50 pesos bills. That's how important it is for our, you know, that we have like retaking of these symbols. I'm not going to go into the details of this, but I think a lot of that part can be understood also in terms of zozobrantic or Nepantla states. Vasquez Almanza has this book. She was the student of Vargas, And certain passages of Octavio Paz can be also understood under this light. I think that's also very helpful to understand this idea of the Virgin of Guadalupe and so on. And this adds a different way of analysis in social structure that is different to intersectionality, for example. Because intersectionality means that you're indigenous, but you're also woman. Or you are something, you are something else. And then Nepantla is not the same, because Nepantla means not that you have two categories of oppression or one category of being an oppressor, but that you're somehow in the middle, kind of like mixing between those two. So it's not additive. It's kind of like more about the ambiguity between groups that are struggling for resources. If we think of patriarchy as a structure of competition between men and women, you're kind of like going back and forth, being a man or being a woman. That's what's interesting about it. You're not just an individual woman or a rich man. This is just a joke that appears in Bolaños. And this is like 4 Mexicans at the table. This is a Mexican on skis. That's a Mexican on bicycle. That I don't know what it is. But I thought it was interesting because I was and to put it in a meme, you know, to kind of like synchronize some information and makes it clear. This is the idea. 2 whites for the Mexicans and you're 2 Mexicans for the whites. That kind of like white slogan of this good enough to speak in English, not with perfect accent, so you can see like a little bit the shape of your R's and your open vowels. And some cultural phenomena that I think can be explained, and it's very contemporary about this way of these new ways of pride of being Mexican that have turned into fashion, and what we see now with all of the gentrification of zona Roma Norte, you know, you have all of the Americans being part of the culture, and that goes super quickly for the West. Just an example of where that word appears before Durango was using it in Ramon López Velarde's poetry, a fantastic author from Zacatecas. That inspired a lot of the passages that Durango is discussing. So it's interesting also to see that interaction with poetry and philosophy. Okay, so that's the general idea of what Zozobra and Nepantla. I'll just give you a bunch of images very quickly to show you like, oh, I think we can explain things with this. It's not just the concept. This is a beautiful image in one of the books of José Vasconcelos of the 4 races, the whites, the yellows, the blacks, and the reds, all in one. And I think there's a good way of understanding Vasconcelos, not just as a race, but also as a humanist. And that's what's behind our anthem in UNAM, where we are just now. If we think of the raza cósmica, that raza is in the human race, not the base race. It's not a form of genetics. And this idea of mixing these 2 things and then trying to re-substantialize something has created magnificent institutional projects like where we are, no? Like the architecture of where we are is the idea of mixing modernity and the past. Like UNAM, all these, we have the atomic bomb, we have the Solomia, we have the Greek noise kind of like fuse all these 2 things and then create something like kind of like Mesoamerican Harvard, you know? Diego Rivera's museum, that you can go once you go to Diego Rivera's museum, it's included your ticket in that. Contemporary pyramids made under these. Rivera was trying to do this by talking about indigenous people who got with Italian technique and make it very modern. They have murals on that, but then I think one of the interesting questions is how we went from this muralism to this kind of like minimal art. No? What happened? How is that it changed so much? So what I'm trying to say is that it's not so different, because contemporary Mexican art was trying to do a Mexican take of something popular, reusing what was the most contemporary art in abstract expressionism, like the Roscoe Chapel that is there in Texas. This is an example of Avaroa taking some authors take it as the beginning of contemporary Mexican art. Or how we go from Posada to Ehrenberg having this tattoo as a homage to Posada, no? What happened there? Or around Los Villegas talking about the way we construct things in the outskirts of Mexico, but then taking that into the Tate Modern and so on. Daniel Ortega, all of the Mansuno movement, this was in... Yes, that was in Monterrey at the time that I was going to Austin. And then they took that into Bellas Artes. And I think that's such a clear example of having these two brands of Mexican art mixed together into, okay, now let's put this new discourse in the old discourse next to the what? Okay, I'm gonna let this go because I don't know to go faster. I don't think it's just that I'm on time. But this is a very interesting piece that shows this that I'm trying to say. It's called the cosmic thing, la cosa cósmica, and it's a bochito. But at the same time, that this is an insignia of Mexican culture because it was a taxis throughout the 70s, 80s, 90s. It's also the vehicle that they created for the Second World War. So at the same time that it's a very important object for the Germans, then it gets readapted and it becomes like a fundamental aspect of Mexican Chilango culture. It's a very good example of trying to make an ontology once more of those two things. This is what happened in Bellas Artes. So the idea of this first block is, at muralism, we were trying to mix these two things of the competing antiquity with modernity, and that's also what Vargas was trying to argue for. And then this became something, muralism, that became substantial, that became the local idea of what Mexican art was, and then contemporary artists in the 90s were trying to mix local art that was this with globalization. And globalization means whatever London and Europe were saying art was, most of not. And they were trying to do that again and then re-globalize. That's the idea. Super quickly, there's this identity, it's like type 2 minutes. Yes. Okay. I went to Portugal. I had the opportunity to meet her. She's Estrella. We had a little collaboration of things that we were doing. And she, when I met her, she's a mushe, and it's this third gender identity that we find in Wichita, in Oaxaca. Most of the work, or the more ethnological, profound work that I found was of an Italian woman called Russo that I was able to meet when I was a kid. And then so those books were in my house. And then I read what she did, and she did a very good ethnography of the Michi community. And just to put it in a quote, she says that the common characteristic of Mushes, and I think it's important to know that they're not homosexual because it depends on how you understand what gender is, because they are actually heterogeneric, because they tend to date men, no, and they are not men. So the Mushes seem to be in a state of constant gender performance. She says a play between being and not being, an ambiguous practice of identity. And I say, well, this is exactly what a form of Nepantla is. And when you see the history in their lives, they go through zoozobric states, and then they re-ontologize that zoozobric of play between maleness and femaleness. And then they created this new category called Mushe that once again becomes substantial. So being a Mushe is a substantial way of playing between those two genders. Kind of that in between that they created and of a third form of gender, and it has its own economic reasons. You can understand it in many different ways, but it has created new ontology. There's a new ontology because there are more than two possibilities of gender that are well understood. I won't go into the details of this, but I also got the opportunity to meet Mariana González and how they created this Vogue magazine and Portada, and they were excited trying to do an Nepantlic entry because they were like, okay, we have Dean Walker, that's cool, it's from London, and then we have Estrella, it's so cool because it creates that picture of being Mexican and being global. So it has been a very good example of contemporary Mexican art or fashion in this case. There are the documentaries about this. There's a new series on Netflix that just came out. There's a fantastic movie called Finlandia, where Estrella appears. Lucas Avendaño is a mushe interdisciplinary artist. He had a very good exhibition at Exteresa a few months ago, and he's mixing now transhumanism with mushe identity. That's what it's also. And this is also part of an important tradition in photography, like the photos of Salcedo in Wichita, La Señora de las Iguanas in Wichita. This is an interesting story. That's not something they do, but you're like, hey, why do you put those iguanas in your hair? And they're like, oh, that's just nice. And they do this photo. And then these things of exploration, they become, again, very substantial. And there's now a statue based on that photo in the middle of Wichita, no? Just to show how these processes are identical of how ambiguous cultures then get solidified, maybe through pride and affirmation of values, and then they keep on changing. I made this is a piece of Estrella, and then we took this and we used it together with all that for the book that we did on the emotional life and the pandemic. So this is the Mujer 3000, and she was the cover also of our book. And was an interesting collaboration. And this is some of the design that I did together with Estrella. So just in a nutshell, the general idea is in the same way that art is trying to make these ambiguous states be something new. The Mujer identity can be understood as the solidification of this ambiguity between the structures of being a male, being a female, or a man, or a woman. Just last idea. Something important to understand also about the Mujer identity came about, I think, is that the Zapotecs do not identify themselves as indigenous, at least according to Mariana. Due to their pride, and I think pride is very important to get out of the status of Zozobra, because it's kind of like a shame-related thing, because you feel ambiguous, because you don't know where you belong. So due to their pride and their heritage, the Zapotecs and the Muxes as of the community do not accept being labeled as indigenous, as this category is associated with the defeated, the colonized, those who gave up and continue to allow to be subdued by others. So given that they're not indigenous, they don't see themselves in that sense of mestizo, no? It's kind of like a different story behind. But it's mostly to show that pride is a very important way of re-solidifying. This is the quote of Octavio Paz when he received the Nobel Prize. And I think that it's probably false, but it's very beautiful. And he says, comienzo con una palabra, I start with a word that every man, since the man was man, has said, gracias. ¿No? Es una palabra que tiene equivalentes, it's a word that has equivalents in all tongues, in all languages. I think that's false, but I think it's very beautiful. Y en todas es rica la en significados. Thank you all for your attention. Looking forward to listening to what you're doing.
Thank you, Vargas. We just have like 10 minutes for questions and answers. So, please, Joe.
I love that. That was fantastic. Thanks so much for that. For me, one of the most exciting things about coming to conferences like this is learning about new philosophy. So I don't know any word wrong as an analysis of the Mexican being. Waiting for me to make back to Exeter.
Yeah.
So this is really fantastic. And I think one of the reasons I'm so fascinated by your talk and by this concept in between this is that we were talking a little bit, I think, 2 nights ago. I'm interested in this concept in the context of Japanese philosophy, Watsuji. His whole conceptual artifice is the phenomenology of Ayagara, or betweenness, in-betweenness. And so he developed this really rich analysis of the self as precisely existing in this ambiguity between subject, object, inner, outer, solitary, social. And for Watsuji, he uses Buddhism and phenomenology to develop this framework. But my question is, for Watsuji, recognizing fundamental ambiguity, the ontological ambiguity of the self is nothing but betweenness, this dynamic relationality, is ethically significant. It's the first step towards developing kind of selfless openness to others. We recognize no fixed self, no enduring being that is a thing that is a self, we're betweenness. And that puts us in a position then to begin to respond more openly and compassionately. That's a long way of saying, well, that experience can be anxiety-inducing, fundamentally it's not for us. It's an ethical awakening source. And that seems to be very different in what you're describing. So my question is, to what extent, what's the scope of this concept? Is it something that is always grounded in anxiety and uncertainty, or can it be realized in other contexts? Unique to the Mexican being, or something potentially, I think your last example showed that it can be applied beyond perhaps just an analysis of Mexican being. So, yeah, sorry, there's a lot of questions there on the comments. I really love that. I love the talk.
Yeah, I really want to hear more about the mirror-like development between Japan and Mexico. I think that's something so interesting. And also, kind of like a few ideas that come, but there's like this good evidence also in terms of evolution of why people in China and in why is now Mexico see dragons, no? And it's very because we're part of the same culture that came to that. So it's very interesting how we see dragons everywhere, and we see certain kind of dragons. And when you go to the Tehuacan, in my experience, I don't know much about Asia, but when you see those pyramids, that looks so from elsewhere.
Yes.
It's from here. It's been here from thousands of years, at least hundreds of years. So maybe that's an interesting reason, sociologically, of why I was so well adapted both in Mexico and Antonio. I don't want to say something stupid, but and also together with Jose Gao's translation of Heidegger, the first language that it was translated to was Japanese, and then it was Castellano, no? Jose Gao's, some Spanish that came here in Puebla, Mexico, who is the reason also why Grupo Imperial is so close to Heidegger. At the beginning, they all turned to Disdainians, some of them turned to philosophy. It's very interesting not to see that. But to answer your question, what I believe is charitable reading of Uranga is that he's saying that the essence of humanity is that brittleness and fragility, because it's constant change. But it's not always change. And that's what I think is interesting, is that there's solidification and then destruction, then solidification, then destruction. And that's what I think I'm trying to extract and take that not at the level that you are describing, which I think is very important, and very Buddhist-like, of just being aware of the constant change that we're in and accept it. But in this case, is to understand the social struggle that people are trying to describe of what was happening in Mexico after the revolution. And so this concept is trying to make some kind of work in the terms of social improvement and class struggle. No? So the class struggle is very important to understand what's going on with that kind of art. Because, for example, to make sense of Abraham Cruz Villegas' art, which is taking the steppings of people in the outskirts of Mexico building their own things and then take that aesthetics into the tape, it's because he's talking about a class structure. And also, in order to make sense of Latin America or the global South versus the global North, it's a class structure. So it's just anguish in the way that we can understand the political relevance of that form of vagueness. Or which is kind of the white hand or whatever the doctrines of being not fully there because your action is not good enough or you're not. It's the problem of being not good enough for a certain group, but at the same time benefiting for partially belonging to that group, and then that's part of the whole process of society, which I think it's interesting to at least be able to describe, to understand, and improve. Does that make perfect answer? It's really helpful. Thanks. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I really love your talk. I find it very illuminating. I love your response on the Nepantla. And I have kind of two questions, although a little bit 4 hours, but very big. One is the relationship between this Nepantla and between the individual and the group thing, the social and the individual level of the person, right? I mean, do you think, I mean, I'm not sure this is just one way, but that maybe there's kind of two different dimensions of this, like an individual could identify herself and very clearly as very substantialized, as you said, as one kind of thing, but other people could see that individual as ambiguous between their expectations, like let's say different groups, like two different groups, right? Well, anyway, I was just wondering what's the relationship of the role of the individual level and the social cultural level for Nepantla. And the other question is about the relationship between Sosora and Nepantla. My guess is that they can be related, but they could go totally separately. Couldn't you have Nepantla without Sosora and Sosora without Nepantla? Or what kind of connection?
Yeah. So the former question, I haven't thought as much about that, but I think it can be slightly answered, at least tangentially answered with the latter, which is the benefit of this is that ontological is something that we could take a third point perspective and actually say that that is the case or not. So you're it's true that they're ambiguous or not. So let's say an example of you go to Mazunte and you see this person, you see other people singing, and they're like, no, we're really connected to the earth and our roots, and you're like, no, there are no other roots. Stefan, it's okay. No, Stefan, these are not it. There are, it's like, you also keep your tacos and your quesadillas and you don't get this, but this is not your tradition. At least maybe it's not even mine as much, but it's more mine than yours. No? That's part of the social. So we have like real relational properties that makes us be part or not of certain groups.
Right.
Because of how we're constituted, like where we're born, what we talk, how we eat. No, we're ontology is something because of our ancestors and our geographical and economic conditions. So that's set aside. But at the same time, so Sobra is the way that we can understand it. So for example, I think these three forms of ambiguity, maybe they are all captured by the same thing of Sobra. Because they are all about not fully belonging. But there are different ways of not fully belonging. So that would be the description at the ontological level, and then it's in the description at the experiential level or the phenomenological level, which doesn't imply that there's a feeling or a phenomenology clear of being a sobric state. It's just, well, this is more or less what it is about. So that is, so we can really say, but talking more about the community, well, maybe Mexico is a country or a nation that is very dramatic because of its history. That history is rooted in the geography and the culture behind it. And then you may or may not feel that way, because you may be ashamed of being partially ascribed to that, and then you always want to be perceived as more European, or not, or more American, or more black, or whatever. Or you can take pride in that, even if you're not that kind of a person, and then but they take pride in that culturally, because you don't belong to that historically or genetically, but you do feel as part of that, and you make that as part of your personal identity. And that's why this identity and the Zozobra happens at the personal level. Because it's a cultural property. And culture is a bunch of different things. No, it's not just biology or geography or language. It's kind of like this cluster of properties that creates culture, very much grounded literally on territory.
So, well, thank you. Well, we have another question, but we ran out of time, so we'll be done for presentation. Thank you very much.
Sí, también es de la
Sí, y ser feliz. Ser feliz pero tiene sí, exacto. Incluso lo que ¿no?
She also has a master's degree in philosophy of science from Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México. Her master's degrees thesis argued for the role of metaphor as an integrative element of aesthetic and epistemic values in scientific practice. She is currently involved in the research project Metaphors and Narratives in the Social Structuring of Cognition, Implications for Philosophy of Science and Epistemology at the Institute of Philosophical Research at UNAM. There she has developed a particular interest in the role of aesthetic sensibility in scientific practices and the aesthetics of science. Ms. Mariana.
Thank you.
Thank you to Susana and Miguel for organizing the workshop and to Mariana for the invitation. The main idea of my presentation is that aesthetic factors, for that I mean values, experiences, judgments, sensibilities, are essential to scientific endeavor. It is therefore necessary that we give an account of the aesthetic dimension of science. What I propose is an approach from three main points. The practice is aesthetic, affective atmospheres, and the concept of attunement proposed by Adrián. In other words, what I want to do is to reframe the concept of attunement proposed by Adrián in the frame of affective atmospheres. So why the aesthetic of science? It's a fact that scientists often make reference to aesthetic values in their work almost every day, but it is fact that scientists make reference to aesthetic values or make aesthetic judgments under scientific investigations. This has been there has been work on this. McAllister in the 90s, for example, make a research in which he said that the aesthetic values function in ways. In revolutions, we have a aesthetic canon, and when the revolution, in the 19th, McAllister said that when the scientific revolution happened, we have a canon of aesthetic values, and then those aesthetic values change because we don't have an empirical way of saying why we have our theories working anymore. So we turn to aesthetic values to justify. More recently, Phenomenology continued the work of Nelson Goodman of languages of art, and she says that the aesthetic values work as epistemic gatekeepers. By that, she means that aesthetic values guide our scientific practices. For example, symmetry is about a guideline in physics. We tend to look for symmetry in our scientific theories. All those approaches are good, but they tend to leave outside the material aspect of science. They focus too much in theory, in the relation of beauty and truth. What I want to do is to give an approach that focuses more on the practice of science and not as much on the theory. Okay, so I said that beauty is praised, the beauty and the aesthetic values are present in science. Here we have some empirical research that has been done about that. You can see that, for example, in this table, on the right biologists associate the beauty in their work with, for example, inner logic systems, hidden order patterns, complexity, elegance, and some other values. So for the most part, those on top. On the left, we see that they encounter beauty in some ways. Mainly, it's something that motivates them to share beauty through teaching or mentoring, or what motivated them to pursue a scientific career. Helps them persevere when experience difficulties or failure in their work, or improve scientific understanding and some other ways, but those are the main ones. So we can see that the aesthetic aspects of scientific research are present in it. There are a lot more in that paper, but those are the ones that I chose to put to the presentation to give an example. And I think that it's not in this one, but here is also another paper that made a correlation between the presence of aesthetic values in science, the experience of aesthetic values specifically, and the well-being of scientists. I think you cannot read the bottom, but I will read it for you. So in the bottom we have these different ways to experience beauty, awe, and wonder in science. For example, the first column says, I felt pleased by encountering symmetry. The second one says, I felt pleased by the elegance of scientific discoveries. I felt surprised by discovering hidden aspects of the theory, things that I wasn't expecting. I felt a sense of clarity, seeing how things fitted in the theory, and so on. These authors classify those kinds of experiences in three categories: beauty, awe, and wonder. And we can see that those experiences have a percentage of how scientists reported those appearing in their everyday research. And it was a spectrum going from at least once a month to almost every week. It was very rarely that the scientists answered never. I never find myself in a sense of reverence or respect. That is something that is in the category of awe. When I am engaging with my work, or the one that has 1% is I was thrilled by a new insight. Almost no one answered that. That never happens. Scientists. So what kind of aesthetic do I propose for this kind of research? One that focuses on practice. I already said that at the beginning, but why? I follow Dewey on this because you can do this kind of research with a lot of kinds of aesthetics. You can do it with aesthetics and aesthetics, an aesthetic, a social study of aesthetics, but I think that Dewey, for reasons that I will explain in the next slide, I think that Dewey was the one that had the most had it right. A philosophy of art is sterile unless it makes us aware of the function of art in relation to other modes of experience. And this is a spectrum. There is not just one philosopher or one way of doing aesthetics that enters in this category. Roberta Graham finds, I follow her in this, finds a lot of authors that in some way or another make this kind of aesthetic. For example, there is Schotterman's development of some aesthetics, which is to say, an expanded cultivation of bodily consciousness. There is also neuroaesthetics that we can find Disajananke work on that. She thinks that aesthetics is like a next step of cultural evolution. She thinks that cultural creation is one step more of human evolution, and within that, art creation is a particular case of mutualist human behavior. But what makes it special is that it is making something special. It's not just a cultural artifact, it's a cultural artifact that is special. And there is also an activist aesthetics, which I do not know very well, but I do know that it's a rereading of the extended mind theories. So, Roberto Graham sees family resemblances in all of these ways of doing aesthetics. And this is the family resemblance that she sees. Aesthetics is much broader than the traditional philosophy of art. And by that, she means the decimononic philosophy of art. There is a opposition to the view of art as an independent realm of autonomous system ruled by some principles and excluding any heteronomy. And by that, I think she is pointing her finger at the analytic aesthetics of the 20th century, to Goodman, to Danto, to those guys. Maybe Barrios also. I don't think so. Those thesis of basic continuity between artistic practices and experience in the world. Well, this is what I like the pragmatist study, because we have a continuity between the artistic experience, the cultural practice, and the experience in the world, the direct experience. The conceptual framework for this continuity is a naturalism without reductionism. That's something that I also like a lot, because it's a philosophical problem sometimes. How can we give a naturalistic explanation of something without being reductive to biological explanations? And most pragmatists aesthetic are, broadly speaking, of social-political inspiration. And that is also something very important, because it grounds us into the fact that all these aesthetic and cultural practices are being made in a community, not in a vacuum. In the case of science, these practices are knowledge-oriented processes. And by that I mean that they are grounded with the focus of knowledge or understanding. Inquiry suggests that scientific practices require not only logical or empirical rigor, but also aesthetic attunement. The alignment or aesthetic sensibility with epistemic goals, which can guide scientists in recognizing significant findings or structuring hypotheses meaningfully. For example, in this picture, we have Sir Charles Bell drawings, and it's quite obvious that they are aesthetically guided, but the epistemic part comes when he is trying to illustrate not just something beautiful, but he's trying to portray something that gives knowledge. He's trying to illustrate the nervous system. And that's the merging of the epistemic part with the systemic part. It's not just a drawing of something beautiful, it's a drawing of something that he wants to explain, he wants to illustrate, he wants this drawing to give knowledge to other people. And this is from my part, a little bit of cheating with an example, because it's too obvious. It's too obvious. And in contemporary science, it's not always so obvious. But it illustrates the idea. So, what does this has to do with atmospheres? Well, yesterday, a lot was said about atmospheres, so I don't want to go too much detail about the technical detail of details of atmospheres, but I still want to go into detail about their metaphysical characteristics and the fact that they are in between the subject and the object, and they are quasi things, and they have these ambiguous characteristics. Because is that what can help us create something? Is that what can help us create something out of naturalness and corporeality that can tell us information of something abstract? I will read a definition of Von from the 1993 text of what is an atmosphere, and then I will give an example that I think will illustrate this ineffable natural, this ineffable kind of atmosphere. Atmosphere is the common reality of the perceiver and the perceived. It is the reality of the perceived and the sphere of his presence, and the reality of the perceiver insofar as in sensing the atmosphere, she or he is bodily present in a certain way. So what does Bohr means with the common reality of the perceiver and the perceived? He gives some examples of Walter Benjamin's concept of aura, to explain this idea of the naturalness and corporeality in relation to an abstract concept. And that's what I want to bring to my proposal of science. So we have a notion, a corporeal notion of distance, the distance of here, from here to the table. And we can also have the distance from here to what I'm seeing there. I don't know what this is. It's an antenna. And what Gómez says is that you can have that concept of distance, seeing a mountain while you are sitting in a park. But also you can have the concept of distance about something that is here in your face. What I want to show is that you can have that concept of distance while looking at that picture, the one on the left. There are mountains, an abstract painting of mountains, but they give you that concept of distance, not the concept only, but the sense of distance, the feeling of distance. And the one on the right, I think, although a little more abstract, shows this ineffable abstract idea of aura even better, is the sense of movement. It's a boat, there's a lot of movement around it, and you can feel the movement even though you cannot see it. But that's the idea of something that it's there, but it's not there. You can feel it because you know the sense of movement. Maybe you're happy in a boat or not, but you know that vertigo feeling, and you know the notion of distance So you can feel that ecstasy, it's what Bohr calls it, emanating from the paintings. And I think that's what they are trying to say with that ineffable, in-betweenness, natural characteristic of atmosphere and aura. And that bodily experience of those concepts can help us understand abstract concepts through bodily experience. So, what does all this have to do with science? Scientists do not work in a vacuum. I have a little speed translation. Scientists do not work in a vacuum. They work with objects, they work with people. Adrian Curry specifically talks a lot about fossils. So, I will talk about that. The attunement that Curry presents is the co-option of aesthetic judgments towards epistemic ends. I already talked a little about that at the beginning. And Gómez sees it in another way. Attunement implies resonance, leans towards the totality of a situation, towards other persons, things, the spaces, and the respective ecstasies, like in the picture. You have these bodily sensations of distance, of movement. The term ecstasy, in a literal spatial sense, refers to the way in which a thing steps out of itself and into the surrounding space, and will becomes palpably present through its appearance as presence and generates an atmosphere. So I think there are parallels between those two, just as they are implicit, because the aesthetic judgments in science are made in the practice of science, not just in the theory, like Capernelli or McAllister, or people that have studied the beauty in science have said so far. They are developed in the practice. The scientist tunes their aesthetic judgments and sensibilities, learning to do science, not just learning theories and truths. So where I'm going with this, Curry's proposal implies a sensitivity to qualities that transcend facts or objective data, becoming meaningful through the scientist's engagement with the object of study. Framing Curry's proposal in terms of atmospheres emphasizes the bodily and affective dimensions of science making, while recognizing aesthetic sensibility as an essential component of epistemic engagement. There we can see, I think it's a girl, a woman that is repairing a fossil, and she's engaging aesthetically with that, with her scientific research, and that aesthetic engagement increases her epistemic engagement. There is a symbiotic relation. So what do some scientists say about this? Not that they have asked them specifically this, but about the presence of beauty and aesthetic experience in their science. I won't read all of them, but just this one that is my favorite. Lewis, an assistant professor of theoretical physics in the UK, does not run experiments herself, but finds beauty in the microscopic images produced in experiments by her colleagues and students. One of her students once produced images that were really beautiful, literally beautiful, so much that she encouraged him to submit them to an art exhibition. The fact that she finds beauty in her colleagues' work speaks to the role of collaboration in occasioning encounters with beauty in science. And in this paper also there are a lot of little quotes like those one, because it's a sort of beauty, and 4 countries sorted with questions about beauty in science. Well, as a way of my conclusion, some final thoughts. What do we have to gain with an aesthetic of science like this one? First of all, an study of science with a focus on practice will help us justify the trustworthiness of aesthetic factors in science, which, as we can see, permeate the scientific practice. A second point is we can understand scientific practice in a more holistic way, not just as a rational, cold thing, but also in a more human way, because scientists are not just working there creating scientific theories. They're humans. They are there because they like what they do, and we can understand science that way also. Have a new way of seeing it. And something that I never thought about, but it came out during the research, was the well-being in academia and universities, because there is a correlation between the presence of aesthetic experience and well-being. So maybe we can find a way to promote spaces to talk about the experiences of scientists, and not just scientists, also philosophers, and the experience of scientists and philosophers in the lab, in general, in their work, and that can have a positive impact in the well-being of the researchers, and we can have less, and we can have a better mental health in the academia and university. So there's that.
Thank you, Mariana. So we're going to take questions.
Okay, thanks so much. It's very interesting talk, and very interesting subject as well. Maybe think of a lot of things. One of them has to do with my scientific practice in my clinical work. You mentioned a lot of relationships between aesthetic values and epistemic values, and you focus a lot of in aesthetic values having to do with beauty, symmetry, things that are very pleasant. However, my clinical work has to do a lot with treating people with trauma and awful things, histories that you wouldn't describe as beautiful at all. I'm sure there are some aesthetic values there that might not be the ones that you describe, but I have this intuition based on what I just heard from you that there might be some relation between something aesthetic and what I'm doing in my clinical practice and what I teach my students and what I tell to the families and the patients. Because there is a sense of commitment with the person that you're treating, and you see that they're better, you feel happy. But how would you model this situation in a holistic way, which includes these very, very awful things that I have to treat every day?
The thing is that, so I did your position.
I'm a psychiatrist.
As a psychiatrist, okay.
Psychotherapist.
I will begin with the question of if the clinical practice is part of the scientific research. I will begin with that question, and the ugly part, there is also work on the ugly part of science. It's not just the pretty part of science. Like yesterday with the dark side of the niches, of the niche construction. Because there is also a dark side of the aesthetic experience. The work is on the paper is a plea for the sublime. Because sometimes when we, in physics, for example, watching the sky and the stars can be something very that makes you feel small. And it was in the, I think it was also cheating in the paper, because they put those kind of experiences in the O part of the study, because they are experiences of the sublime, and I don't know if they should be on the aesthetic experiences, but on another paper, they study them as part of the sublime, because they consider that the sublime can also include bad experiences, as opposed to aesthetic experiences that are good ones. So I don't know, maybe when you are in your practice, you get to experience as a second or third person, the fear, the bad feelings of your patients. You are not experienced, but you get in contact with
cognitive transference.
I don't know if there's a technical term for that, but you are in contact with a side of humanity that is not so pretty. And maybe that is part of being in contact with the sublime, and can enter it in the category that is German Archangel, I think, that German Archangel study when they say, I prefer the sublime inside making.
Thank you, Mariana. This is really wonderful. I hope you don't mind. I took a picture of one of your first slides and I sent it to Adrian. He's my colleague in Exeter, and he was very excited to hear that. So, I told him we need to read more on affective atmospheres. I was persuaded by your bringing his work, his notion of attunement together with affective atmosphere. So really enjoyed this, and I guess my question actually touches on something you said at the very end. I think it connects with this notion of health and well-being. And I guess I was wondering, those are nice images. If you are thinking about the role of play in your project, and I thought that maybe one of the consequences of reframing scientific experimentation as a kind of aesthetic practice, maybe not exclusively an aesthetic practice, but it's having these aesthetic qualities, is perhaps it foregrounds the playful dimension of experimentation in a more aesthetic sense. At least I tend to think about, making art and aesthetic practices as having a playful, open to novelty and spontaneous element that I think completely reframes how you think about what you're doing and when you're doing your scientific practice. And I guess in connection with what you said at the end, health and well-being, I wonder if just kind of foregrounding the role of play here is a way of just thinking in terms of more just sort of the positive, effective, benefits of practice. And just thinking about this in a more slightly informal way, in other words, maybe it would have positive impacts on our health and well-being. So the question was about play, if that factors into your analysis, if you see potentially connection there with the last point about maybe having a positive impact on health and well-being at the university. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
It does a lot. This part partially came out in the seminar. If I was on the making all attunement, aesthetic attunement. What about play? What about exercise? There's also literature about that. There is a ludic, it's ludic in English, aspect of ludic, a ludic role in science. A lot of the scientists here also made a metaphor of cooking. Science sometimes is like cooking or like playing. What these authors did sometimes was like, there's this metaphor, but they are alluding to creativity. Because science, making an experiment is like cooking, and when you get out, you throw the recipe away and make your own thing, then you're being creative. And that's also related to aesthetics. So, yes. But you can say that that is also related to play. Yeah. There is a paper of it's an anthropologist. Can I tell you later the name? Yeah. That he makes a point about the role that the developing the role of developing artistic and ludic abilities have in the developing of scientific abilities. So he studies kids, because always it's always kids playing with bubbles, and I don't remember what else, painting, I think. And then he studies how those abilities display in scientific thinking.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
yes, there's work at that.
If you, I would love the reference for that. because
Yes,
it's
I-
really
I-
great. That's-
So,
Thank you. Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Some other questions?
I have kind of a mystical question.
Okay.
No, you talk about the function of aesthetic experience, and I was wondering about this idea that, for instance, music may be just cheesecake for the ear, right? That has no function, that is just kind of something that, because for evolution designed us this way, right? And then like the cheesecake is, but anyway, that takes out kind of the sublime out of it. But but there's this intuition, that is a strong one, that there is something sublime, right? So, but what do you think about the function? Why do you have some intuitions that could somehow guide your own research on this, about why aesthetics, metaphysically why, or systemically, why is aesthetics good for science, for knowledge, or for other areas other than art?
So these are very good questions. But philosophically, that is a very deep question. Why does aesthetic matter for scientific endeavor? I think mainly because humans are not we're robots. I am simplifying the answer very much, but because we're not robots. We take into account, it's a solipsistic answer, but we take into account aesthetic factors. Like, I will give an example that illustrates it. Nowadays we use AI in designing experiments, and those do not use aesthetic values because they don't care about aesthetics, but the results work, and sometimes scientists do not understand those results. So I think that's an example of why it matters. That happens in quantum mechanics. They use these AIs to generate algorithms, and when they see the algorithm, they have it and it's how do you say things like that? Sinusoidal, thanks. Sinusoidal wave, a sinusoidal function, but it's horrible, and it almost does not look sinusoidal. And the scientists are like, "What is this?" And I think that it's partly because the AI does not take into account the aesthetic factor that is symmetry in physics. That I am not in any way being essentialist, saying that symmetry is inherent to physics. No, I think it is a cognitive, cultural thing. That's why I like the pragmatist approach. But it is there. We put it there, and now we need it there to understand science.
We have 2 minutes to Adrián.
Very quickly, maybe related to what was said before for psychiatry. I wanted to ask you, what do you think the role of the grotesque may play? So not only the sublime as the bigness or beauty or whatever, or like pureness, but there's also an aesthetics of the horror and the disgusting and the fear that kind of like evokes. So maybe that's a way of going about the aesthetics of those other things that are not beautiful, yet they remain aesthetic.
The aesthetics of the ugly. Mainly in medicine, but I think it's where it is the most. Also in ecology, biologists have a lot to say about the ugly also. But mainly in medicine, I think it has played a role to represent the sick. In medical illustrations, I think there's a lot of work. I'm not in no way an expert, but I have seen on how we represent the sick ones, and we usually represent them as monsters, something grotesque. So maybe in medical illustrations,
Yeah.
maybe as representing the other. That's something that I can think of.
Yeah, in that sense, it has a pragmatic role, no, of saying what we should go, I mean, give it more.
Okay, thank you very much, Mariana. Gómez. Mientras se acomoda, se le va a hacer tiempo. Mariana Salcedo holds a PhD in Philosophy of Science from the National University of Mexico with a bachelor's degree in Social Anthropology from the National School of Anthropology and History. She is currently a postdoctoral research stay at the Faculty of Psychology at UNAM, supported by the postdoctoral stays in Mexico program from Cognition, where she is developing an epidemiological project on mental health risks. She has focused her research on the field of philosophy of psychiatry, concentrating on topics such as the concept of mental disorders, classification strategies, the notion of validity of diagnostic categories, and the causal assumptions underlying research programs aimed at elucidating the biological mechanisms of psychiatric symptoms or syndromes. Recently, she has been interested in investigating the causal role of interoceptive mechanisms in the development and/or maintenance of symptoms in disorders such as depression, anxiety, and anorexia nervosa. This interest has been driven by the growing prominence of the enactive approach in psychiatry and her interest in clarifying how the body and environment are involved in the explanation of mental disorders. She is presenting interoceptive processes as evaluative mechanisms in emotion regulation. Thank you, Mariana.
Thank you, and thanks to Susana for making the space in this workshop. It's very interesting. The title, no, because I say sense making and the interoceptive symbolic look. The interest in this topic emerged from auto-observation on my own internal sensations and the role that these internal sensations play in everyday life. This is one of the interest. The other was to understand better the proposals of Sapién. He's an enactive psychiatrist, a phenomenological philosopher that worked in something that she titled enactive psychiatry. In order to understand better this enactive psychiatry and specifically the notion of sense making, I am trying to put together different ideas. For example, the internal sensation as part of the experience of the body, this notion of sense making, and I'm going to introduce the notion of symbolic dimensions as a different level of the sociocultural dimension about what Sapién thought. Then the presentation plan is to say something about sense making in the enactive perspective of psychiatry, developed by Han. The notion of symbolic dimension as a structure of the reality. The notion of perception as an evaluative mechanism in experience in everyday life. And come back to the notion of sense making and the relation of this
of interoception and the symbolic dimension as a loop in which we can or we evaluate experience in everyday life. And some concluding remarks on the symbolic dimensions. I'm going to present only some aspects or elements of the proposals of the hand that are useful for my point. Maybe the more important is the notion of sense making. At the core of her proposals, she adopts a central enactivist definition of cognition as sense making, meaning the evaluative interaction between an organism and its environment. And this environment is not only material, but in the context of enactive psychiatry, is a sociocultural environment, a world where we interact with other humans and in which we share values, norms, meanings, etc. Then the concept of sense making plays an integral role in the enactive psychiatry model proposed by the hand. What means that sense making plays an integral role? Means that she puts together different dimensions in order to understand mental disorders. Because she proposed that mental disorders are disorders in sense making, in this try to interact in everyday world. Then the notion of sense making has to bridge the various dimensions involved in psychiatric disorders, the psychological, the physiological, the experiential, the sociocultural, and existential. All these dimensions are important to understand cognition, in the sense that enactivists understand cognition. Then the hand, particularly, I'm going to focus on two dimensions: existential and sociocultural, and maybe experiential. The hand uses the existential dimension to explain difference in sense making, highlighting humans' unique capacity of self-reflection. For example, the hand distinguishes three, like two, or at least two forms of sense making: a basic sense making, that in which we can understand the activity of any kind of living organism in environments, and an existential an existential sense making that is proper of human beings. And this existential dimension involves self-reflection, like we are aware that we exist and we interact and we feel and we a lot of things. Then she also acknowledged that human values extend beyond basic biological needs, entering the moral domain. Values in this framework emerge relational realities from the interaction between the person and the sociocultural world. Then there are another important element in the framework in the enactivist approach of the hand, that is values, and that these values, these notional values, are linked to this sociocultural world, not only values for living for any living. Then, psychiatric, the idea of psychiatric disorders are disorders of sense makings, by focusing on how individuals actively interpret and construct meaning from their experience, especially in response to bodily sensation and social context. Sense making provides a framework for understanding how these elements are interconnected. For example, how bodily sensation, how this experiential dimension, that is when we are as bodies, but as bodies socially constructed, normative structure, then at least these two dimensions, bodily sensation as part of this experiential dimension, and this social context as part of this social cultural dimension are important for me in this. This approach facilitates an holistic view of mental health, recognizing the importance of bodily states, personal experience, social influences, and existential concerns in shaping psychiatric conditions. One of the main goals of the HAM is to try to understand or comprehend mental disorders, not to explain mental disorders, but understand the experience of mental disorder and the different, like, I don't want to say causes, but because I don't remember, because she's not talking about explain to comprehend, but the different aspects that are involved in the emergence of this kind of experience. No? That's important. From the Han approach, psychiatric disorders are disorders of sense making. This means that they are characterized by patterns of sense making that are inadequate in relation to the context. No? We can say that in other terms, psychiatric disorders are understood as misadaptation, for example, that responses that are misadaptive or that are excessive or that are not in tune with the context in which this expression or these symptoms or this emotion emerge. Also, it implies rigid interaction with the world and limit possibilities for action and experience. Through the notion of symbolic dimension that I'm going to introduce, I want to point out how this symbolic dimension can help to explain how this, for example, this inadequacy emerge, how these rigid interactions emerge. These maladaptive sense-making patterns hinder the ability to respond flexibly to the environment, shaping individual experience in the way they report disorder. I think that before to continue, an important aspect of this framework for understanding mental disorder is that maybe mental disorder is not only the problem of a person, the patient. No? Mental disorder is the problem of context. No? In this context, emerges this kind of responses, emotions, whatever, but it's not like the problem of people with a particular maybe disequilibrium in the brain. No, this is much more than that. Then there's this interactive model. Sense making, I put this slide only to not forget this different dimensions, physiological dimensions, experiential dimension that focuses in the patient's subjectivity, the experiences, emotions, thoughts, and perception. Sociocultural dimension consider the individual social and cultural context, including social norms, cultural values, interpersonal relationships, and power structure that influence mental health. I'm going to go through this idea of power structures now that we go to the symbolic dimension. And the existential dimension, that acknowledge the individual search for meaning and purpose in their interaction with the world, considering things like utility, finitude, and purpose seeking, which may be affected in mental disorder. Then, even when maybe in my talk I'm concentrating in intersection that we can got here in this experiential dimension and sociocultural dimension, we cannot forget that all these dimensions are present in everyday activity. I'm going to focus in two of these dimensions to try to explain something. Then, sociocultural dimension and symbolic dimension. When referring to the sociocultural dimension, the hand emphasizes the sense-making is not an innate or isolated characteristic of the individual, but rather develops and is suspected through participation in a sociocultural community with a specific practice. Considering the meaning that sociocultural dimension holds for the hand, which I view as something somewhat restricted, focuses solely on belonging to a community with specific values, norms, and practices, I am interested in further exploring this dimension by incorporating one more level, namely symbolic dimension. In order to justify why I incorporate this symbolic level, I would say that the sociocultural dimension involves explicit manifestation. I'm going to distinguish between this sociocultural dimension that maybe is, we can say that this sociocultural dimension involves practices, even material aspects of the culture that are maybe observable and explicit. That's the reason why I'm going to include this symbolic dimension. And we are why adding this symbolic dimension is crucial, highlighting its relevance in the process of sense-making and the role it may play in the distortion of this process. My idea of what I'm going to argue is that this symbolic dimension is like a dimension that is not completely explicit, the nature of this symbolic dimension, and that in this lack of explicitation, different things could happen in the language. And I'm going to use the idea of Pierre Bourdieu, of the symbolic capital that he develops along with another notion like cultural capital, economic capital, and symbolic capital to try to explain how people possess these different resources with which people interact in a social geography. Bourdieu uses the notion of symbolic capital as a mediating element between social and cultural structures and schemes of perception and action. This is important. This idea of symbolic capital as a structure and a scheme for perception and action. It's like this. I think that this is an important idea that I want to point out. Symbolic capital is like a network or system of meanings culturally constructed and socially accepted, and I can add partially shared for people. Not all people share this symbolic capital, at least not in every context. We can share some symbolic capital in one context, but not in another context. We can say that we in order to interact more or less in a fine way in different social contexts, we need to learn some clues, some of these implicit meanings. For Bourdieu, symbolic capital operates through systems of classification, this is important, and principles of vision and division that are internalized by social agents. These perceptual schemas structure social reality. This is important, giving it meaning and geography. And I understand that this shows the capital, symbolic capital, like some kind of guides to move in a space, no? Even in this space, there are a lot of these symbolic meanings, no? Maybe not in this, but maybe in more rigid or hierarchical spaces, no? In hierarchical spaces, people knows if can talk or it can take some place, it can say some kind of things, no? That's are the like the clues that symbolic capital give us to move in a social context. These meanings determine which qualities, practices, or attributes are valued or developed in a specific field. This is also important. These unspoken implicit symbolic meanings can restrict the possibilities for action of those who do not possess the appropriate cultural capital, while expanding opportunities for those who hold it. To deepen our understanding of the structure and function of the symbolic dimension, we can draw an analogy with the trouble clef on a staff. Es the clave del sol en un pentagrama, ¿no? It's the idea, or the metaphor that I want to use in order to deepen in this notion of symbolic dimension and the relevance for understanding sense making. Just as the trouble clef structures the meaning of the note in a staff, the symbolic dimension functions similarly in society, like a clave de sol that puts all every of the lines in its place, and that gives the meaning to every note in this, no? In order to create a song, for example, no? Both act, no? As organization of principles, the symbolic dimension and the third class, both act as organizational principles that give meaning and value to elements that would otherwise be arbitrary. Okay. Then the third class defines the meaning of musical notes. The symbolic dimension defines the meaning of social practices. Then we now pass to other elements of this idea that I want to present is that the interception as an evaluative mechanism. No? Interception, according to Brewer and other authors, is defined as the ability to perceive, interpret, or attend to the internal states of own body. No? Interception encompasses a wide range of sensations, including muscle sensation, variable perception, hunger, awareness, hurt, and the experience of pain levels. It plays a fundamental role in various psychological functions, no? Such as emotional processing, learning, and decision making. For example, interoception is essential for emotional processing, as awareness of physiological arousal is a key component in emotional experience. In the case of decision making, interoceptive information can influence decision making, guiding the choices toward options that promote the body well-being, for example. In psychiatry, we can talk about a typical interoception, that is like a dysregulation of these bodily sensations that cause or can promote or not is that interception are causes of mental disorder. No, it's not the point. It's that like interception can play a role in to maybe to maintain or reinforce some symptoms of mental disorder. That's the causal role that interception has in mental disorder. When interception is impaired, either due to reduced accuracy in perceiving internal signals or regulated attention toward them, it can contribute to the emergence or reinforcement of some psychological symptoms. I think that is not very important or very to this, but these are the different measures to to know what happens in interoceptive sensation or bodily sensation. No? Interoceptive accuracy, interoceptive attention, and interoceptive awareness. There are different measures to know what happens in someone. I present this. There is now a very well-known model about the relation between stress and psychopathology, no? And just and the relation between stress and the changes involved in internal physiological process that happens when people are in acute stress or in one is prolonged, chronic stress. No, yes. There are like two possibilities: acute stress and chronic stress. And in this kind of states, people process internal processes, or different systems can be super changes that prevail and that I think that promote important changes in the body. Then I'm going to try to put together the notion of symbolic dimension and the role of this bodily sensation of interoceptive processes. As I said before, the symbolic dimension can be characterized as a network of culturally constructed meanings that mediates or interactions with the world, personally influencing how we evaluate and respond to internal and external stimuli. And I am stating is that even when we like the words like we transit in the social context, we all the time are like evaluating every situation. And I am convinced that this symbolic dimension, we are only reacting to these different clues that we encounter in the interaction with other people. Social space, according to Bourdieu framework, is structured by symbolic differences that function as distinguishing signs, mark the social position of individuals, and defining what is considered legitimate, desirable, valuable within a given social space. When the ability to understand and apply the dominant symbolic codes is compromised, that people with mental disorder, the experience of social reality can become confused and fragmented. Individual minds struggle to distinguish between what is real, what is imaginary, what is important, what is trivial, as well as another relevant distinction. People with mental disorders, such as autism, schizophrenia, depression, and anxiety, often experience difficulties in adapting to social norms and decoding the dominant symbolic cues. The inability to read symbolic cues and adapt behavior accordingly leads to negative emotion reactions that become inscribed in emotion. Taking as reference the positive feedback model of stress and interoception, it is possible to infer that certain emotional reactions become inscribed and consolidated in the body through all social interactions. And these are only two examples. People with autism often struggle to understand non-verbal social cues and implicit social conventions, which are loaded with symbolic meaning. This can hinder the social integration and lead to a sense of alienation. Depression and anxiety often involve some negative interpretation of social reality, including a distorted perception of oneself and their personal relationships. I'm going to stop here and so I'll say that maybe for some, in the case of some mental disorders, that symbolic dimension is like where people can be blind to this social dimension, And in other cases, that social dimension is like cobra mucho sentido. Cobra is like, yes, exacerbado. That is exacerbated. That social tools are exacerbated, causing anxiety for some. That's it. Only for finish, of course, with remarks on the symbolic dimension. While the symbolic dimension does shape social structures in ways that can restrict or enhance access to opportunities, it is also important to recognize its flexible aspects. It's important to say that, to think that this symbolic dimension is like a structure that is that you can suppress. It's not that kind of thing. The symbolic dimension does not function as a monolithic or deterministic manner, rather it interacts with social context, individual agency, and shifting cultural values. Some symbolic systems may limit the action of certain individuals, while others may empower them. It's often a complex web of meanings that people can negotiate or interpret or survive. This is important. This creates a dynamic and reciprocal relationship between individuals and their social environment. Then, while the symbolic dimension can distribute possibilities unequally, it can offer a stage for those with the agency and insight to shift the narrative. That is, I think that is a responsibility also of society to make create a bridge with people that is blind, for example, to these symbolic things. Thank you, Mariana.
Yes, Mariana. I really like this idea of trying to understand what's missing in these cases. So I really like the framework. So I was wondering how once someone can do the evaluation right, what would be a possible path to readapt or understand the right way of doing these measurements. So let's say someone doesn't get social status. So every time someone comes in, talks to the highest rank in the group, like in a way that shouldn't be done. It's like, hey, I don't know, whatever. And then, but it's not on purpose. It's just continually missing the point of who is who in the social rank. Similar to what I was saying, we were talking about with the thing I just presented. It's like someone who doesn't get the proper structures of who has the power. So, two questions. Like a twofold question is, could you just repeat why do you think someone's missing that? Like, what happened in the process of understanding symbolic value to not get who is the highest rank on a certain social space? Because, and once we understand what's missing, how do you think that's most important? How can we readapt understanding who is the highest rank? So how could someone just implement measuring the value in social context?
But
does that make sense?
No. Do you refer to the people that maybe have the problem of
Yeah. So the question is, why would someone not get those cues if those cues are very easy to get of how much space someone takes? I mean, like there are easy ways to understand the value of people in social ranks. So how could someone get it wrong through interoceptive? I mean, I like it, but I don't understand exactly how it goes.
Yes.
And once we understand that, how could you readapt or how could you explain to someone to get those cues in a way that is actually efficient, because it has to go through interoceptive understanding of the ranks and not just saying like, oh, because sometimes you cannot know by knowing where someone's sitting, but by their posture, by their age, many cues you understand social ranks. No? So, does that make sense now?
Yes, I don't know if I understand your question, but I think that I don't.
What went wrong and how to fix it?
You want to know what is the relation with it?
Exactly.
Okay. The first, how people can learn, for example. One is like how people can learn or how notice in a space who is in the highest rank. I think that people like corren como espacio dimensional, ¿no? dimensional space. Not all people are perfectly normal or perfectly not normal. I think that we all have, in some contexts, we can read these social tools, and the point is not that we can read this social tool. No, we can read that social use or that implicit meanings. The point is, for example, in someone with anxiety or depression or some kind of mental disorder related, for example, to mood disorder, no, to some special feature like can experience that kind of cues as maybe not always understand very well what's happening there, or how to adapt, or how to respond, or how to act. But my point is that even when we maybe like this bodily sensation is like a silent movement, no? Silent in some sense, no? That even when we don't want to notice that some social space is causing some kind of displeasure, no? Bodily sensation inform us about that something is not fine with us, that something is wrong with us. I think that a lot of times, maybe we don't feel explicitly or we don't consciously experience this maybe the inappropriateness of our behavior in some space, but I think that the body, in some sense, are inform us about something is not good. That's my point. That maybe, sorry, I need to speak in Spanish.
¿Puedo decir muy rápido?
Sí.
O sea, mi pregunta es como que me queda claro la propuesta y yo estoy de acuerdo. Mi pregunta es cuando el estómago no te está dando bien la información de una situación social, ¿cómo crees que se explica el mecanismo que falló? O sea, como, ¿dónde se descompone algo para que la interocepción ya no te esté dando de manera adecuada la información de rasgos sociales? Eso por un lado, para entender cómo no, la segunda parte no da tiempo, pero ahora mientras hablabas, además, la situación de rasgos sociales depende de mi situación respecto de los demás, ¿no? Entonces es como las emociones, ¿no? Que es como es peligroso para mí, es una pérdida para mí. Entonces me cuesta trabajo entender, ya aceptando la propuesta, cómo es que puede fallar el mecanismo interoceptivo para darnos información, porque no entiendo muy bien cómo es que el mecanismo interoceptivo hace la asociación de valor social.
No, yo creo que justamente, bueno, el mecanismo interoceptivo nos pasa, yo creo que nos pasa a todos, ¿no? Hay ciertas situaciones sociales en las que aparentemente, al menos de manera consciente, en términos como de estados mentales, perdón por los sintetizos, digamos, o sea, estamos bien, pero hay algo en el cuerpo que nos está informando, ¿no? Sí. Es como cuando estamos a punto de pasar a hacer una presentación y estamos bien, pero el cuerpo nos está, es como, está ahí queriéndonos, ¿no? Entonces, mi punto es que estas sensaciones corporales que pareciera que nos acompañan, ¿no? En ciertos contextos sociales no pasa nada, ¿no? Esas, digamos que todo lo que pasa, todas esas sensaciones corporales están por debajo de nuestra conciencia. En otras situaciones sociales, esas sensaciones corporales, de pronto, ¿no? Se hacen mucho más presentes porque hay algo, ¿no? Hay una emoción que se está dando. El problema es, digamos, con las personas que tienen trastornos mentales, que una y otra vez, digamos, fallan en encajar en ciertas situaciones sociales. Lo que mi propuesta es que, claro, al no poder interpretar esas claves simbólicas, el cuerpo está todo el tiempo reaccionando frente a eso. es estar reaccionando constantemente de esa manera, ¿no? Con estas emociones más intensas, tal vez de ansiedad, de miedo, eventualmente provocan una desregulación, ¿no? Que es lo que hablan. O sea, este estar sometido, por eso hablo un poco de este modelo de estrés, porque finalmente estar en estas condiciones sociales donde no puedes ver las claras de todo, te somete a un estrés.
Nos quedan 5 minutos,
Sí.
¿cuánto tomamos?
Ese estrés, ¿no? Provoca cambios, ¿no? O reacciones corporales que eventualmente terminan consolidándose. Consolidándose esas formas, digamos, desreguladas o atípicas, terminan consolidándose y generando, ahora que escuchaba a Gómez, ¿no? Estos moods, ¿no? Que se alargan en el tiempo y que están como telón de fondo, ¿no? Tal vez informándonos de quiénes somos en ese contexto social.
So maybe we should take the 3 questions and you answer, because we have it. So Juan Pablo, Miguel Ángel, and Joe.
Okay, I think you're very punctual. I hope I'm not getting something wrong, but I was just wondering, I think it's a very interesting proposal, talking about this symbolic dimension and the ability to understand and apply the dominance and symbolic codes to further understand the nature of mental health and mental pathology. However, I have a worry about the scope of your proposal, especially in cases of psychiatric conditions in populations that it's normal and natural not to have this ability to understand and apply the symbols, for example, in children. I'm thinking about schizophrenic children, children with OCD, children with ADHD, very small children. I'm talking about that you would not expect them to be able to have the capacities to grab this symbolic dimension that you're talking about. So this is a worry about just the scope of your proposal, which I believe it works for some certain psychiatric population, but maybe not others. What are your thoughts on that?
But even in children, I think that they feel when they can, ¿cómo se dice encajar? They can fit in a group. I was seeing a picture, movie in Netflix about autistic children, no? That the principal character was a child that is always anxious because he don't understand what is happening.
What age?
Like 6.
Have a symbolic construction. I'm thinking of very small children.
Maybe I am thinking that the symptoms that not the nuclear symptoms, for example, autism or schizophrenia, but the symptoms that comes with the proper disorder. For example, in schizophrenia, people make symptoms of anxiety or depression, not as the nucleus of the syndrome, but as a consequence of not to be able to interact socially.
We have 1 minute, so
That's what
students like please.
No, I asked many questions already, so I can ask you at lunch, so I can put the presentation immensely, so please go ahead.
Okay, so it was just more like, how are you thinking the relation between language and some symbolic dimension you are talking about? Because it is not clear to me as there are some particular approach to language from the perspective and an approach. And while you are like having this relative idea on the symbolic candidate, I think it could be compatible, but I'm not sure how you are thinking connecting this idea of signing
with language.
language and the symbolic dimension you are adding.
With the approach of Sanegreham.
Yes.
At the beginning, she said that she's not necessarily her inactivity is not a lot like in the presentation. Is the same. She since the beginning that tried to make these effects. because for she it's important to take the sociocultural dimension and try to see at the role of this sociocultural dimension that necessarily involves language, for example, and practices and I don't know if I understand your question.
Maybe you can take
Yes.
lunch because I have it's time and we are ahead of the.
What time shall we come back? Because we will
Half an hour, we
18 minutes. Yeah, half an hour later, yeah, so we'll start 2:45.
Thank you, Maria.
Speakers, we start with Jessica Vargas González. Jessica Vargas holds a PhD in philosophy from Cognition University and an MA in continental philosophy from Warwick University. She's currently doing a CONACYT postdoc at the Universidad Autónoma Metropolitana. Her primary interests are in social and political philosophy, with a special focus on Hannah Arendt's work. Her current research is located at the intersection of political philosophy and the philosophy of emotions. She's specifically interested in drawing normative distinctions regarding the role of emotions in politics, while considering the non-ideal agents we are and the non-ideal realities we live in. Her talk is Change, Emotional Friction, and the Process of Norm Change.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for organizing the event and for having me here. Yes, so my presentation is entitled Shame, Emotional Friction, and the Process of Norm Change. And I'm interested in exploring the tensions involved in public shaming as a means of promoting the change of discriminatory norms, that is sexist, racist, sexist, and so on. Shame is a self-regarding emotion, a painful emotion that involves some sense of failure, incompleteness, or diminished worth in the person who experiences. And shaming is among the social costs imposed when we want to signal or communicate to someone, and third party audience, that the person has engaged in unacceptable behavior. So shame and shaming are crucial to the social and reputational mechanisms by which norms are enforced and transformed in public life. And why do I think this is relevant today? Well, I think we're witnessing sort of two seemingly contradictory tendencies nowadays. On the one hand, we're seeing the re-emergence of the practice of public shaming with all the dangers that online shaming has been cleared. But on the other hand, public and political life is currently characterized by a certain shamelessness, because we see racist, xenophobic, and other discriminatory behaviors that are openly performed in ways that were unacceptable not too long ago. Flexing to see that in a sense, there is at the same time too much shaming and too little shame in our public spheres. And just a little bit of background regarding the motivation and sort of the larger project. I'm interested in how the mobilization of certain emotions in public life may contribute to social change, specifically in the change of discriminatory or repressive norms, and how in the process, emotional norms may also change. And I think that sort of paradigmatic examples compared to the use of anger by feminist movements, how that use of anger in public life has also changed the norms about anger. Who can get angry in public spaces? The structure of the presentation, first I'll be talking about how I'm understanding public shaming and the tensions arising from its public nature. Then I'm going to go to shame as a controversial emotion. And third, I'm going to be discussing tensions of public shaming that are specific to shaming as a means to promote the change of oppressive or discriminatory norms. And that involves power relations and the heterogeneity of audiences. And then there are some final. So first, I'm understanding shaming here, following sort of the definition given by Gillingham and Parr as a practice of public moral criticism, that is, as a way of showing public disapproval of those who engage in behavior that we consider unacceptable. Shaming is a form of sanction imposed on norm violators. but it can also contribute to norm change to the extent that public moral disapproval can help dismantle the authority of previous social norms and contribute to the emergence of humans. This definition recognizes that public shaming is likely to cause shame on those targeted by the criticism, and that shame may even play a significant role in its efficacy as a sanction. However, it differs from an understanding of public shaming as actions aimed at inducing shame. And it's also different from another understanding that equates shaming with, and here I'm quoting again, especially nasty forms of public criticism, such that only highly personalized, abusive, and vitriolic attacks that demean their victims count as public shaming. And why do I favor a less restricted definition of public shaming? Because I'm especially interested in the signaling role of public shaming. How it is not necessarily aiming to induce shame in their targets, but instead it emphasizes this conception that it is seeking to draw others or notices attention to what is regarded as acceptable behavior, and also rally them to their cause, maybe the most important aim of the public criticism. So the sanctions associated with public shaming can be internal and or external. The sanction is internal if the targeted person in the sense accepts the criticism, and probably because the person endorses or has internalized the norm that supports the criticism, in which case the person is likely to feel shame or another emotional guilt. The external sanction refers to how public criticism will likely affect the social standing of the shamed person within a particular audience. And this loss of social standing may also lead to material costs, such as job loss in some more extreme cases. So public shaming works as a form of social sanction because we are social beings who care about the image that others have of us, to the point that even our self-image largely depends on their opinions of us. Also, public shaming as a practice of public moral criticism is a form of mutual accountability, of making each other accountable. And as such, it seems central to shared moral life. In fact, public moral criticism plays various valuable moral functions. It communicates to the wrongdoer, to the wrong person, in case there's a wrong person, and to others, the audience, that we're not letting certain behaviors go unreviewed. It plays a deterrent role by showing that certain actions or forms of speech will be called out. And by doing so, public criticism contributes to our shared knowledge of what the norm is, what it demands, and what is considered unacceptable for a norm violation. So public shaming has this sort of function that contributes to collective awareness of wrongdoing. And if we see it in this way, it can be seen as a form of what Jose Medina calls epistemic activism. So it could play this role of creating awareness, collective awareness of wrongdoing, and in that sense can be a form of epistemic activism. And epistemic activism, again, according to Medina, entails these various ways of critical engagement that seek to promote public awareness and create a new social sensibility regarding oppressive practices that have remained invisible or that have been normalized. So it's a way of making visible what has been, in a sense, normalized or represents some form of oppression or discrimination. So public shaming, understood as this public disapproval of racist, sexist, and other discriminatory behaviors or practices, can mobilize also emotional friction that accompanies processes of social change, and emotional friction is also a term I'm taking from Medina. As Medina explains, the term emotional friction has a negative and a positive sense. Negative emotional friction refers to the emotional obstacles that subjects face to overcome their complicity with oppression, such as antipathy to oppressed groups or simple apathy for their problems and struggles. And positive emotional friction refers to the emotional attitudes and responses that need to be mobilized to resist oppression, such as empathy, grief, and anger for the suffering of oppressed groups. These are those I'm taking from Medina. So emotional friction, the central point here is that emotional friction is required for social change, for norm change to happen. It's a form of disruption, and in this case specifically, it would be a way to disrupt the complicity with oppression of complacent and apathetic Epistemic aims at eradicating negative emotional friction and promoting positive emotional friction. And the central point is that criticism must be public for it to play all its valuable moral roles. But at the same time, and that's the tension, that's the first set of tensions, dangers also arise from its public nature. As we engage in criticism or shaming in front of large audiences, we lose control over its effects and consequences. And as more people may join or follow in the criticism, that increases the risk of it becoming abusive, shaming becoming abusive, as the targeted people are disproportionately sanctioned or even mistakenly targeted. So as Bingham and Park put it, criticism, being public, is a double-edged sword that can be a force for both good and bad. The risk of public shaming has become especially clear in the case of online shaming, and there is a lot of literature about the problems of online shaming. I'm just taking here an example. I'm taking it from Harrison Fry, an article by Harrison Fry, which is sort of generic. A person appears to do something wrong, that something wrong is broadcast on social media. This particular bit of wrongdoing gets traction and is spread through social media alongside messages condemning the wrongdoer. Condemnation takes also varying degrees of severity. Shamers call for the fighting of the wrongdoer in light of the wrongdoing. The employer obliges, I think it's pronounced. The wrongdoer not only suffers the emotional pain of facing public shaming, but also incurs significant material costs. Worse still, the wrongdoer now bears a stigma by search, not enigma, that's a type, the search engine. And any potential friend or employer can see the public shaming should they search the person's name on the internet. Just okay. Online shaming then shares with any practice of public shaming features that help explain why disproportionate sanction can occur. First, what counts as a proportionate or an appropriate sanction is not codified unlike legal norms. And second, there are no deprecated agents responsible for sanctioning unacceptable behavior, again, unlike law. Therefore, any person within a community may enforce a norm. But this, and here I'm putting Freud again, this informality in the enforcement of social norms is where the problems arise. To say that anyone may act in the name of enforcing a social norm does not mean that everyone may act in the name of enforcing that norm. So public shaming can relatively easily lead to pathologies in the sanctioning process, and it has to do with problems of scale. That's the term that Frey uses. And all those problems get worse in the case of online shaming precisely because of scale. And additional features I will discuss later. So social media makes it possible to reach larger audiences. Any person can sanction more people than before, and any person can also be sanctioned by far more people. The size of the audience matters because the consequences of public criticism become more uncertain or difficult to control as more people can actively join. However, to comprehend how public shaming can become a dangerous practice that may lead to unjustifiable harm and aggregate cost on the targeted person, we must understand the social dynamics involved. And the social dynamics basically have to do with the signaling dynamics. So public shaming has this signaling function beyond communicating disapproval to the targeted person. Any act of public shaming also becomes a sign to others, the audience, of what behavior we regard as unacceptable. And people's decisions to shame or engage in public criticism may follow what others do. And the mechanisms that explain these followers' behavior are both informational and reputational. By taking others' shaming actions as informative on what might be unacceptable behavior and how to respond to it, informational cascades can occur, leading to disproportionate sanctioning or an increased risk of people being wrongly targeted. But cascades can also occur based on reputational concerns. This happens because people may wittingly or unwittingly adjust their public positions to be perceived favorably, especially by relevant others or members with relevant reference network. So people may follow the public shaming actions, for instance, of high status individuals or people in the reference network in order to appear to sign up. That is, in order to sort of look morally good in the eyes of these other people, to display the moral credentials. And public shaming as a way to further signal can lead to these two problems: piling on, which is a serial reiteration of a condemnation, and an attempt to outdo others, which leads to increasingly extreme or radical contributions to public moral discourse. So all these collective behavior, especially in large-scale scenarios, can lead to abusive, disproportionate sanctioning or an increased risk of mistargeted people. That's sort of the social mechanisms that explain how it can lead to this sort of aggregate effects. Large-scale makes it more difficult for potential shamers to coordinate action to avoid excessive sanction. The dangers of public shaming are even more significant in the case of online shaming. There are some features that are specific to the online realm. And one of them is that entering cyberspace entails an indefinite expansion of relationships. And some of them are also discussed by Catherine Norland. She says, when entering cyberspace, we engage in imaginary relations because our audience is not directly visible to us, but largely imagined. So people may become more vigorously connected to fellow shamers than to the person who is the target of their criticism. And there might be virtuosidal motivations there in which you sort of seek the gratification that comes from being confirmed by the fellow shamers. And finally, there's this danger of permanent stigmatization that has to do with the search engine of online. So online shaming is especially prone to lead to illegitimate, abusive, or indecent sanction. This is something that is quite sort of states. So that was sort of the first set of tensions. Then there is this question about how shame itself is controversial, is a controversial emotion. Public shaming is also controversial because shame itself is contentious and controversial. And here I quote Diana et al. For saying strong and divergent attitudes crystallize around shame. At times, it is perceived as a central tool for navigating successfully within our moral environment. At other times, it is taken rather to be a morally suspicious emotion that we should do our utmost to rid ourselves of. Shame, as I said at the beginning, is a self-regarding, painful emotion that involves some sense of failure, incompleteness, or diminished worth in the personal experiences, or we can also be understood as this unpleasant emotion, negative balance emotion, experienced when judged by others or by oneself, to have engaged in some unacceptable behavior or transgressed a social and or moral norm. So current views about shame are mostly pessimistic. And that has to do with a correlation of shame with some damaging emotional conditions such as depression, and also because of some common action tendencies such as hiding and sometimes aggressive behavior. And based on that, shame is portrayed as a pretty destructive emotion at both interpersonal and intrapersonal levels. This negative or destructive conception of shame gives rise to what Dillingham and Hart calls the prohibition objection of public shaming. And here I'm quoting them again. Shaming should not be a feature of our interpersonal relationships. Given the nature of shame, shaming always involves demeaning another. Inducing shame in others is in itself wrongful and not to be prohibited. In other words, there is a constraint on shaming itself. Shame, this has to do with the different ways in which shame has been criticized. Has also been criticized for implying submissiveness to the gaze of others. This submissiveness has to do with shame's condition as a social emotion, because shame does seem to require an audience real or imagined. In the imagined case, you're sort of imagining or considering what would be others' perspectives, others' opinions about you. So relatedly, shame has been criticized for implying heteronomous evaluations in which external or other standards are imposed on the shamers. Despite how problematic heteronomous evaluations might be from a strictly moral perspective, my analysis focuses on how shame, precisely because it is an emotion elicited by others' disapproving opinions of us, is critical for the processes of norm change and norm enforcement. So shame's social nature makes us responsive to others' public criticism. Public criticism is central to mutual accountability and helps coordinate and shape our collective commitment to a group of groups. And as Flanagan explains, shame is a key socializing emotion. It is, and here I'm quoting Flanagan, an emotion used to teach and fix norms, including norms for doing other emotions. A socializing emotion is one that is normally highly emotionally arousing and is effective in helping the young internalize social and moral norms. So shame helps people learn and internalize social and moral norms and motivates conformity to a specific normative world. Shame also reveals how our self-image is closely connected to the image that others have of us. There is no doubt, it's no sort of discussion, that there should be constraints regarding how public shaming is performed, and that insults or highly personalized attacks should be ruled out, and that we should also be mindful of the context and foreseeable aggregate effects of collective shaming, because shaming this can lead to these excesses that can be very harmful. Public shaming that becomes abusive, humiliating, or stigmatizing can certainly have destructive effects at the interpersonal and interpersonal levels. However, despite the dangers I share, Bellingham and Hart's view that a prohibition, objection, of public shaming is over-inclusive. And here I'm quoting the mayor. The point is that in ruling out all acts that foreseeably induce shame, the prohibition objection is implausibly over-inclusive. The constraint would effectively rule out the whole practice of public moral accountability. The objection is more possible if it is narrow, such that it applies only to particular kinds of public shaming, such as those that involve highly personalized attacks, character assassinations, and so on. So finally, I think the value of shame seems more evident when we examine sort of the other side. What is wrong with shamelessness? Shamelessness is widely regarded to be a negative character trait, something that denotes some moral fault or lack. And why is shamelessness negative and in a sense dangerous? Shameless people seem unresponsive to others' opinions of them. Shameless people do not seem to see themselves as accountable in front of others. Shamelessness means a lack of social constraints, not letting others' opinions or social sanctions get agreed with us. So by doing so, the shameless person disrupts, in a sense, the signaling and sanctioning mechanisms by which a shared normative order is created. And I do think that shamelessness can be admirable in some cases. It is admirable when it becomes a form of resisting the imposition of oppressive values and norms of us. In those cases, shame goes wrong because of the values of the text. And in those cases, resistance to that imposition would be admirable. And then I want to move to the sort of the third set of tensions regarding public shaming now specifically as a means to promote social change and as a means to promote the change of discriminatory norms. So people have often been encouraged to be ashamed of their skin color, gender, sexual orientation, and so on. Public shaming has often been instrumental in creating and enforcing oppressive norms that reflect social hierarchies and power relations. Nonetheless, as Karen Atkins argues, analysis of public shaming have often disregarded the central role of power differences in the shaming, the power relations. Public criticism, as I said before, is a form of epistemic activism, or can be seen as a form of epistemic activism that aims to mobilize positive emotional friction required for social change. But in this case, faces, and this is what I'm trying to say, specific challenges, the challenge of the power imbalances and the challenge of the heterogeneous character of the audience or audiences addressed. The first challenge has to do with the possibility of facing shame backlashes. This is something that Atkins develops. A shame backlash is more than simply the refusal of a judgment of shame, but it is an aggressive redirection of shame. You, the shamer, should feel shame for trying to diminish it. So shame backlashes are social sanctions imposed on those who dare challenge discriminatory norms that reflect structures of oppression. They have a deterrent and a signaling role that is letting others know the high cost of engaging in similar public criticism. And as Atkins shows, shame backlashes of women, she's specifically interested in the shaming as a feminist strategy. But this equally could apply to other to members of other minority groups, may be achieved by publicly and aggressively undermining their authority, competence, and credibility. And that happens because of shaming that asserts authority over a larger and heterogeneous group makes questions of credibility and authority visible and disputable, and depends for its success on a friendly reception. So feminist shaming, particularly when done by the relatively marginalized against those with greater social authority and capital, is thus more visible and potentially dangerous than its more conventional top-down counterpart. That was a quote by Atkins. So I think Atkins introduces this very helpful distinction between top-down and bottom-up shaming, and she makes explicit where the latter implies a specific risk for the shamer. And also Atkins' analysis emphasizes the role of a heterogeneous audience in shaming experiences because of the need for a friendly reception. However, Atkins' analysis stops at sort of successfully demonstrating that shaming is a risky feminist tactic. But what to do if public shaming as a form of epistemic activism and a way to generate emotional friction is needed for social change but dangerous? I think that is sort of the question we're facing and the tensions involved. The challenge of a heterogeneous audience matters in terms of uptake, the uptake of the shaming. Attempts at public shaming depend for their success on a friendly reception. So who is doing the shaming and who is the audience both seem critical regarding whether public shaming succeeds in generating social or external sanctions and or the experience of being ashamed, that is the internal sanction. And that's the case because not all opinions matter equally. We care more about the opinions of relevant others, in-group members, people who are in our relevant reference network, etc. So attempts at publicist shaming in context characterized by a strong division of values, for example, in politically polarized contexts, may not only fail at generating shame, but may even be taken with pride. That's a problem, no? Getting pride on the attempt at shame. As Atkins argues, a friendly reception cannot reasonably be assumed, especially when the shaming is disruptive or critical of a dominant group. Epistemic agreement should not be assumed. So in light of the expected resistance of those who benefit from the status quo and those who tolerate it knowingly and or willingly, the possibility of norm change is basically a matter of numbers. That's sort of the statement I make. It is a matter of no people abandoning the previous norm and conforming to the new one. More precisely, it is a matter of enough people believing that others are adopting the new norm so that they don't find themselves as outliers. Enough people joining is crucial because norm change is ultimately a matter of changing social expectations, normative and empirical. That is, changes in what most other people are approve or disapprove of, and changes in what we expect most other people will do. Here, in this process of norm change, first movers play an essential role because they are the ones willing to bear the cost of initiating change. And they are also less risk averse and less sensitive to social pressures. And people may follow at different speeds because we have different thresholds regarding sort of social pressure that we can stand. So how many people must act together to establish a new norm also varies across situations and from practice to practice. However, as more people join or follow, the risk of being sanctioned for deviating from the initial norm decreases, so there's safety in norms. Processes of change of social norms depend fundamentally on cascades or bandwagon style mechanisms being successfully activated. Enough people joining so that the tide changes. The process of norm change involves people following others' behavior based on various interdependent mechanisms such as informational and reputational cascades. And cascades happen because people take others' behaviors as signals of what others are doing, the clues for it, and as signals of what other beliefs should be done. These interdependent mechanisms related to our social nature are central to how social change occurs. And this is why it is so difficult to offer an account of why social change happens at a specific moment and not before or after, even the reasons for social change have already been present. However, once a norm is adopted, it becomes the default. So what is the central tension that I would like to sort of draw attention to is that the same social mechanisms, informational and reputational, that make norm change possible are the ones that can potentially lead to abusive public shaming. The scale problems and the aggregate effects discussed earlier, basically in relation to online shaming. So where does this leave us? And this is sort of the question. So here I'm sort of taking some central points from what I have said. So for norm change to happen, enough people need to be mobilized. That is why it is important to address large audiences, specifically, I'm quoting Dean again, the silent majority that their apathy and inaction become enablers of oppression. So public moral criticism is required as public to signal the wrongness. This is the collective awareness of wrongdoing. Nonetheless, as more people are involved, public criticism or shaming can more easily become abusive, causing unjustifiable, disproportionate psychological harm and social costs. Even for good purposes, such as changing discriminatory norms, I believe, we need to be careful about avoiding abusive sanctioning. Otherwise, as Krista Thomason warns us, we may put at risk the very kinds of communities we want to create. But how can we try to avoid abusive sanctioning? This is a coordination problem, the problem of not engaging in over-punishment. It is easier to coordinate in certain contexts than in others, seems especially difficult online, and that is why online shaming is prone to become abusive. Virtue signaling practices seeking the gratification that comes from fellow shamers, acts of confirmation, also seem to favor abusive shaming, either by piling on or doing others. Nonetheless, the effects of virtue signaling are mixed because virtue signaling can also contribute to positive social change sometimes. And I think we need to hold each other accountable also for how shaming is done, even for good purposes. First movers against oppressive norms or practices are more exposed to shame backlashes. To reduce individual exposure, people may have to coordinate or work in tandem when possible, and this is something that Atkins says, because there is a certain safety of numbers. There are also efficacy questions regarding public shaming. The criticism is more likely to get uptake, a friendly reception, if done by someone the targeted person is in a relation with in-group, his or her in-group reference network, etc. The risk of socially motivated behavior in politics and public life, I think, are unavoidable. And there is always uncertainty regarding the consequences or effects of our actions because of this cascade or aggregate effects mechanisms.
Okay, we'll take some questions. Let's start.
Okay, thank you very much, Jessica. I like a lot your talk because, as I said yesterday, I very interested in the idea of norm changing in many ways, but in a very interesting, emotional and political way, which I think is quite important. And I think I agree with most part of what you said. I was wondering just how you are thinking about having the numbers. The numbers to reduce this norm change, because I mean, how are you thinking about this affective relation between the group of people that is inducing this against this oppressive status quo, as you mentioned, and because I am also thinking how you are thinking this affective social relation in the tension between two different groups, or how do you are you figuring out something? I mean, if you don't have to know how to answer it, but just I wonder if you have an idea about that. I think it's interesting.
Yeah. So I think basically what I want to sort of draw attention to is how we need the numbers. We need this enough people mobilize, but how also that implies dangers, because as we have seen, it can sometimes turn into sort of a form of mob behavior. And so that's, I think, sort of the tension that is there. I'm still not, you were sort of asking more practical questions. How would people get mobilized so that we have that sort of enough people? I'm not sure yet. Even, and those are sort of the questions I have in mind still with the game issue. What would be sort of the context? Because I think the tension, over the tensions that is essential to what I present, is the role of the audience. It's important to have audiences, but not to be in such a large context that our sort of how the mechanisms that can be started by our actions is sort of totally out of control, which is what happens online, or it can happen online. So I have questions regarding. I myself have questions regarding what would be a more appropriate context for shaping, and I don't have an answer.
Okay, just, yeah, I'm sorry, I was clear enough, because it's not just like for the response matter, but more like the affective mechanism that you could be thinking, like we are having via some sort of empathy, or we're having an atmosphere, or what is the sort of relation between these groups that could propitiate it? That was more like my question. It gives me not have the answer again, but it was like more if you have an idea in that sense. Yes, it's okay.
So I guess basically one of the points the central points that I want to make is that shame may have a space. Although with all the problems that shaming and shames and emotion can have, I think it does have a place in our social life. Yeah, and if it's sort of, or if it's used sort of for the goods, for good reason, because that's the other thing. A lot of criticism about shaming has to do with how shaming has been used for wrong balance. And I think in that sense it can be very similar to anger, or it can be connected to anger. I mean, there can be public shaming related to anger and the role of anger also in public life. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, thanks so much. This is really interesting, beautifully articulated, presented talk. So thank you for that. I think in some ways you actually touched on the question I was just going to ask you in your first response to the else question, and I was thinking about where are the optimal places for shame to occur, and our online spaces one of them. And I guess I asked that because it seems that for shame to be effective, there needs to be some sort of possibility of the person shamed being kind of reintegrated with the community. And so, you transgress some kind of cultural, social, community norm, you're shamed for that, but then you're offered an opportunity to kind of correct your behavior and come back to the community. And that happens in some online places, like maybe there are like Reddit subforums, someone says something nasty or they post a picture that they later apologize for. And in that forum, they're shamed for doing it, but then they're allowed to come back and maybe they apologize and they're back in the community. But I was thinking about something like Twitter or X or other social media platforms that aren't the same kind of overlapping connections. On X, for example, that really make X a community. There's no community that is Twitter or X, just a bunch of people that follow one another. And the shaming that happens online can be really intense. Sort of connected to Miguel's point about numbers. So many people can pile on, such an intensity and a ferocity. It can be really distressing. Even if the person kind of deserves it, it's really upsetting to go through that experience of having thousands or more people shame you. And then, but it's not clear to me there's a kind of reintegration possibility at the end. There's no way of coming back to that community, in a sense, because there really is no community there. So it's all just directed to either, it's just shame, boom, then on to the next thing. So it wasn't super articulate, but you have a sense of what I'm saying. So I mean, it's not, again, the question is more, what's the appropriate space for shame to play out? Is is Twitter or social media appropriate places or mechanisms or tools for shaming, do you think?
So, yeah, those are the sort of things that I'm still, that haven't sort of, I don't have clear for myself. I think online is one of the most difficult contexts or spaces
Yeah.
to do the shaming precisely because of what you said. And actually, there are authors are saying sort of it's better not to engage in online shaming because of all the special features of online shaming. And there's also, I mean, another author like North saying we're just at the very beginning of this, and we still need to develop sort of norms regarding how to do it. But it's some of a new practice that has developed sort of norms or for the new responsibilities that are emerging with this online practices and this whole world of online internet.
Yeah.
But so far, it seems to me that that online is one of the most difficult places where a sort of appropriate shaming or not abusive shaming can happen. And there are also problems of this anonymity, the anonymous.
Yeah.
Which is an additional layer features. So so basically I shared basically a view about the possibilities of online shaming. And that also opens questions because it is an increasingly important part of our lives, and somehow what are we gonna do then? It's just sort of just keep silent first.
Yeah.
So it's that's why I'm putting it more in terms of tensions. These are the tensions, and I think it's very costly. I think it's very, very costly to see the need for some shaming, but also to be aware of all the dangers involved. But I do think that the awareness is somehow important. So to try to figure out how to do it better or in a more constructive way.
Well, can I follow
We'll have that.
Oh, great. So I think, again, back to Miguel's point, I think one of the things, maybe one of the features of online, certain online spaces, like again, Twitter, one of the reasons that it's an effective kind of mechanism or tool for shaming is it's really easy to mobilize people. Miguel's asking about what are kind of the effective connections that have to be in place for communities to come together and shame as a group. And if you have followers on Twitter, it's easy to mobilize those people very quickly and direct the intensity of this collective shame on one person or group. And sometimes it's good. I mean, there are instances, of course, where, I don't know, artists, musicians, creative people in the creative industry will shame companies that have used their work without acknowledging it. And they call these companies out on Twitter. And fellow artists, members of that community join in, and then sometimes the work is taken down, the artist is compensated. I think that's an effective instance of, at least in some cases where these online spaces can be useful for shame, but of course, very often they're not. Because again, it's easy to mobilize and direct the shame. It's not always clear what comes after that online. And so, anyway, it's basically kind of reaffirming what is a very fair take on this. It's really complicated. So I agree with you.
We got time for a couple of questions, like maybe there's another one in the audience.
Perhaps. I think it will sound as a criticism, but it is not. I don't want you to feel ashamed. I don't know if you have the same impression in your presentation. I think that there is a certain confusion between theoretical goals and practical goals. Your presentation has a theoretical goal or a practical goal because many of the questions that you formulate in your presentation could be answered simply by one word. Just use prudence. If you use prudence, then everything is solved. Why? There is not the possibility of using prudence or of giving that response. Why? Why not? Why don't? It's not open to us the recourse to virtues. That's a way of saying my problem here.
Yeah, So different things come to my mind. So yes, I guess you could say whenever you're engaging in this public criticism, try to be prudent, and but then if I'm making a point that I would add to that, is that you need to be sort of informed about that's why I think being informed about how these mechanisms work is important, even to be prudent, to try to be successful in being prudent and avoiding sort of too harmful change. Because the things that it is this compounding effect which in the end can be very, very harmful. And you may think that you're being prudent, but you may not see how your action is sort of in relation with these other actions, and it's actually creating great harm. You may say, I'm just, sort of adding this tweet, which in itself doesn't seem very harmful. And that's why I think it's important to know, to be aware about all these aggregate effects. And that would be sort of one of the things that I was thinking of as I was listening to your question, But the other thing is that I do have problems with the virtual approach in the sense that it's so hard to be virtuous. So it sometimes seems to me too ideal an approach, and it may not solve that much in my understanding, because it is really, really hard. And so one of the things that I'm trying to do in this presentation, but more generally in my work, is sort of also try to understand the dangers that arise from these non-ideal agents you are. And that's why, for example, in understanding the problems that virtuous signaling bring in, it's also interesting. When you're sort of trying to display this your moral credentials, or that you're sort of a virtuous person, like, and how that actually can sort of create greater harm. And so that those would be sort of going to approaches. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. We'll continue. Adrián. Okay. It's in Spanish. Sorry. Okay. Es doctor en Filosofía de la Ciencia con especialización en Filosofía de las Ciencias Cognitivas por el Instituto de Investigaciones Filosóficas de UNAM, México, con la tesis La Fenomenología de Husserl y la Ciencia de la Conciencia. Una alternativa al modelo cognitivo. También es maestro en Filosofía de la Ciencia con especialización en Filosofía de las Ciencias Cognitivas por el Instituto de Investigaciones Filosóficas UNAM, México, con la tesis Funcionalismo y Constitución, una crítica a las teorías de la reducción de los estados mentales. Es licenciado en Filosofía por la Universidad de Guadalajara, México. Desde el año 2007 es profesor investigador de la Academia de Filosofía e Historia de las Ideas de la UACM. Es parte del cuerpo académico del Posgrado en Ciencias Cognitivas de la Universidad Autónoma del Estado de Morelos. Dirigió el proyecto interdisciplinario de investigación en cultura científica y tecnológica al interior de la Universidad Autónoma de la Ciudad de México. Participa en el proyecto de investigación del CINCCO-UAEM 109, la semiótica de los estudios filosóficos y literarios. Sus publicaciones principales es coeditor junto con Alfredo Robles Zamora del dossier 54 de andamio, de mente más allá de la representación, las múltiples caras de la computación corporizada y las teorías 4E. Es coautor junto con Leticia Romero Chumacero del libro Filosofía y Literatura, Apologías y Concurrencias, coautor del libro Temas de Cultura Científica y Tecnológica, Actitud Crítica y Ciudadanía Responsable, y autor del libro La mente en el mundo, introducción al proyecto de la Comisión Corporizada. Es candidato a investigador nacional dentro del SNI del CONACYT. Sus líneas de investigación son la fenomenología e investigación empírica, estudios sobre ciencia, tecnología y sociedad, conciencia y corporización. Muchas gracias. Qué placer.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Susana, Miguel, for organizing this workshop. Wasn't able to be yesterday, but today was really interesting. And thank you for having me to closing the second day. No? So this is a part of a working progress of a group of research in Universidad Autónoma de México about semiotic studies. No? That's why we are related to the concept of narration. The idea is to begin with the basic assumption of what are narratives and the skills that we as human beings having for narrating facts, right? So we are linguistic beings who produce narratives, that's the obvious assumption, and we have obviously a structure and a set of skills that produce these narratives. So we use narration as a way to understand the actions, the lives of the others, and our own life when we are doing autobiographies, for example. We use these kind of skills. But this is also a tool of thinking, right? This is the way we create artistic narrations. So here we have been talking with Adrián and Mariana of many artistic expressions, painting, poetry, and so on. We are dealing here specifically with literary narration, with novels. So the question is there any relationship between what forms of narration? I mean, the diegetic, the literary narration, and the skill of understanding the other lives in narrative ways, right? If so, is there any use of studying this specifically kind of relationship? So, for one hand, we have here the narration theories of the self that has been important in the last few decades. We can say that emphasis on the relationship between narration and narratives of consciousness on the self is an important aspect of consciousness. So there are many narrativist theories that try to explain this kind of characteristic of the consciousness, right? But the problem here is the understanding of the concept of narration. In what sense we are talking about the narrative ability, right? On the other hand, we have not anti-narrativist theories, but theories that put a cautious point in that relationship between literary narration and everyday narration in real life. For example, like Peter Lamar, that is the object of not criticism, but the object of emphasis in this presentation. He says that there are, he points out the risk of forming that analogy between the form of narration in diegetic literature and the real life narration skills. Right? For example, Strawson says that we have to be cautious about the overdimension of narration within the consciousness. Well, this is an important part of the consciousness, but it is not sufficient to define consciousness at all, right? So at the same time, the processual, dynamic, and holistic aspect of mental life is highlighted in this kind of theories, narrativistic theories. We talk about elements in complex relationships, like structures or processes, mental states as processes that vary over time, properties of subjectivity that only makes sense from the consideration of the system as a whole. So we have the problem to specific the definition of narration, in what sense what we are talking about narration. Peter Lamarck has been expressing up that in being swept up in narrative fever, he thinks that it is a kind of fever that tends to overexpress the concept of narration within the consciousness. We must be aware of running radically different kinds of narrative together. We have to separate different aspects of narration when we are talking about it. For example, I think there are at least 4 different kinds of meanings within the concept of narration. First of all, narration as a tool for understanding the dynamics of consciousness, right? For example, the text proposal, consciousness explained, or possibility as an methodology in order to study the narration, first-person narrations, in order to understand the dynamic of mental states, right? Or holding, etc. Second place, there are the narration as narrative skills of the self. No, there are here we are talking about a set of skills of consciousness, not as a product, but as a skill. In third place, narrative structures of subjectivity, like the ones that Saul and Sergio Martínez called proto-narratives recently. And finally, as linguistic constitution of the mind, in the way that Paolo and colleagues speaks out in the recent book, no? With an inactive approach. So the hypothesis is that the study of the relationship between diegetic narration and the intersubjective structure of consciousness is useful and is necessary to investigate. Diegetic narration is the artistic expression of the basic quality of the self to understand other people's point of view. If this is true, so there is a co-determination between the way we produce literary narrative and the way we develop skills of intersubjective understanding. Right? We are not saying here anything new, of course, but maybe in between a new light with a new approach, in the intersection of phenomenology, but with an active approach of the idea that narration is useful when we talk about literary narration, diegetic, and real-life narrative skills. So, in what sense we can talk specifically about narration? Well, there are 4, here we have 4 different common definitions of narration in the literature. First of all, like logical concatenation of facts, no? This is Marrow. Like a complex representations that relate and describe the course of a series of events in a coherent arrangement, like a communicative artifact, or like structures, coherence, of patterns of processes. Like in the most recent book of Gallagher, The Self and Its Disorders, it treats the self like a pattern that has the coherence of this pattern thanks to the narrative skills. So we can say that narration would refer to a couple of things. As a product, we talk about a story, tale, a telling, or as an ability, we talk about a set of strategies, both in the sense of abilities of consciousness and as a set of strategies for modeling diegetic words, diegetic intentional words when the author creates a novel. So a narrative structure will be a set of elements whose dynamic relationship over time allows the production of narratives as a product. It will be a real narrative to understand others, or an autobiographical one, or a literary one, no, a novel specifically. So the product of a strategy for the constitution of meaning, this will be a literary novel. And we can consider the meaning in literature like a diegetic word in an explicit narrative of facts that produces a normative space, I mean a frame, for understanding actions through narrative. And here we have the two main elements in order to understand the narrative production of literature. The facts and the phrase, right? It's not just that author wants to tell a story of facts, but a point of view of the characters in order to comprehend an intentional word, the identity word. So here is Lamarck. He points out that it is a universally truth that the great works of literature have an impact in our people's lives, like cultural assimilation, national stereotypes, norms of behavior. There are many ways in which characters impact our lives, and the narratives impact the sociocultural lives. Right? This is a truth, and but there are sides not so good. Literary works, says Lamarck, are not a mirror of life. We have to be cautious about it. The role of fictional characters in literature does not closely mirror the roles of real people living real lives. Nor do real life narratives bear a close relation to literary narratives. It is a kind of obvious assumption that there are differences, obviously differences, between what kinds of narratives. This is the difference Lamarck wants to point out. To the extent that literary features are brought to bear on real-life narratives, they have a distorting and pernicious effect on the self-understanding that such narratives are supposed to yield. So there are side effects, he says, in both ways. When we consider characters as real-life persons, there are bad consequences, and the other side, the other way around. When we consider that our lives are a kind of narration, of literary narration, we are assuming that our life is programmed and literally created with an objective and specific goal, and everything makes sense in relation to that goal. So that's why we can't address this kind of relationship, says Lamarck. In order to do that, he established 5 literary principles. He thinks that these 5 principles describe the spatial characteristic of literary works, narrative works. In first place, there is character identity principle. He says in literary works, character identity is just description, right? Everything specifically, essentially, is just a mode of presentation, right? In second place, opacity principle. In literary works, not only are characters and incidents presented to us, but something opaque, he says, right? What is this part not expressively stated in the narration? The point of view of the character. So there are facts and there are points of view. In third place, functionality principle. Any detail in literary work fulfills an artistic function. Everything is has meaning in order to a specific goal. The development principle in literary work, the explanation of an event is not causal but final. Its contribution to the structure of the work is what explains the importance of that element, of that fact within the novel. And finally, the thematic principle, the appreciation of a literary work, depends on its coherence with the theme in which it is part. The struggle of the hero against the fate, no, for example, is a main theme that structures the whole narration. This is not the same in real life. So Lamar stresses out that at least I think principles 3, 4, and 5 are the ones that are pernicious when we are trying to compare narrations with real life autobiographical narration, for example, right? So these 3 principles, we can understand with Lamarck that there are a risk of metaphysical elevation of reality when we think our proper lives in order of in terms of literary narrations. This is the principles that makes the risk of metaphysical idealization of our lives. To the extent that literary features are brought to bear on real life narratives, they have a distorting and pernicious effect on the self-understanding, says Lamar. So, but I think that, sorry, where is it? Principles 1 and 2 are useful to establish this relationship that we are willing to research. Principles 1 and 2 points out two characteristics, 2 important characteristics in narrations. The number 1 stress the aspect of point of view, and the second one of the different narrative voices. And this is important, I think, in order to comprehend the way we understand other people's actions. So, there's a character identity principle. It says that character is attached to a mode of presentation, of a linguistic presentation. Of course, a character is just in a linguistic form, and thanks to that, we can recreate the whole diegetic world of the character. In order to do that, the author has many strategies that are all known for specialists, for philologists, and literary theorists, like free indirect style, dramatic irony, intertextuality, symbolism, and so on. But I want to point out, to direct attention to the first 2, free indirect style and dramatic irony. Lamarck says the characters are always perspectival. There are always a point of view where the character stands in the narration, and there's always a point of view of the author in respect to the character. There is always an opinion, a way of mind the author about his own characters. This implies not just that the precise nature of the character rests on the precision of the identifying description, but that the descriptions embody points of view on the both physical and evaluative. So when the author creates a character, it imbues it with a whole intentional world that has body, values, judgments, emotions, and so on, but not completely. It is not everything defined. The rest of the intentional diegetic work is completed by the reader. One part is for the author, and the other part is responsibility of the reader. If we understand what is this strategy, this literary strategy, well, it is a way of modeling and understanding the difference between perspectives. This is a strategy to answer the question, whose words are the words in the narrative? Who's speaking when we are reading that part of the novel? The character or the author? When you can't tell clearly whose words are those, so this is indirect style. It's not reported speech, it's not direct speech, it's a kind of mixture between the opinions of the author and those of the character, right? The important here is that we as readers can develop a knowledge so fast when we are reading a novel to understand reflectively that difference between the voice of the author and the voice of the character. In some ways, in some novels, it is more difficult than others, but once we are within the narration, the diegetic work, it is easy, more or less easy, to understand the differences between voices. The assumption is that the same thing is what occurs when we are trying to understand in ontogenetic way the minds of others, right? These different kinds of voices. So, well, here is an example. No? Simone de Beauvoir, one of the last novels is, I think, Les Belles Images, no? Las Bellas Imágenes, Simone de Beauvoir. I think it's interesting this novel because it changes a lot and very fast of narrative voices. From first perspective to third perspective of the same character. It is strange at the beginning for the reader, but once we understand what is happening when the author do that, it is easy to understand that both voices are voices for the same character. So you develop a kind of reflective understanding of this change, right? Within a very short novel. So Shakespeare characters, for example, always sounds like themselves, no? Like different characters. This is a strategy to create a verosymmetry in the narration. You want that this character talks specifically like the character the author presented you. Also, they never stop sounding like Shakespeare. So every Shakespeare character are a character that has constancy of style in that way of narration. The closer to the author's voice, the less credible the narration is. So the difference between voice matters. When author tries to create a character with cultural scheme that is not near to the cultural frame of himself, it is difficult to believe the versatility of the character and of the narration. So it has to be a difference in voices. So that difference matters. In the second place, we have the opacity principle. The idea is that not all that is narrated is of facts, of concatenation of facts, but of frames. Frames are affective characteristic of the character that tends to show us how the character behaves within the world. Acquisition of an affective frame for the cognitive understanding of actions is important in order to comprehend the kind of personality of the characters. In literary narration, there are facts, voices, and structures of affective reaction. This is what we can call frame. It is the place from which the reader understands the diegetic world of the characters. This framework of understanding is mainly affective. It is a structure of affective and evaluative responses referred to the diegetic pole, just as in real life persons. The frame is the way we react to novelty or to things that appears in our story. The author uses narrative strategies to model the framework and make the reader understand in a way similar to the real life. It becomes reflective, just as in the real life. We are not explicitly thinking about the frame of the other person. No? We assume as a part of the comprehension of the facts and the behavior of the other persons. Right? I'm not talking about phenomenology. Here we have Antonio and Gómez to explain that to us. But here, at least, we have the way that through empathy we can understand others, people's desires and emotions through body. It's a corporality experience. But the right, we have how it is like an aggregate of intentional reasons in order to create the illusion of a body. Right? Here in real life connections, we have a body that we can read, but we not are focused on that body just specifically. We are not seeing a face and assume a sadness. We are we're watching sadness in a specific gesture. But in the literary narration, we have three intentional reactions. Two of them are real life reactions, and one of them is a virtual one, right? So there are multiple relationships that intervene in that algorithm. It is not the same relation, it's an aggregate of intentional reactions. Just like here, when we share the same horizon, the same cultural, social horizon, we can comprehend easier the mental life of the other person. So this is the same in literary narration. When author and reader share just a similar relation, they can co-create a virtual character intentional relation. I think I'm running out of time, but we can. Yeah, okay, so just think about, for example, if we want to make the things more difficult, we can think in Fernando Pessoa work. Fernando Pessoa creates the heteronyms, no? 300, I think, different heteronyms to create different kind of literary work, poetry and novels and so on. Each of them has a special style of narration or of poetry creation. What are the heteronyms of Fernando Pessoa? It would be just another intentional horizon to participate in this aggregate of horizons. It would be really difficult, these relationships. So I want to finish. Okay, but final remarks. We think that there is usefulness in emphasizing this the relationship between the diegetic narratives and the narrative structure of consciousness. We think that the modeling of diegetic worlds makes use of the strategies that only make sense when complemented as an diegetic way. In the intentional horizon of the reader. Real intersubjective relationships in turn develop from the understanding of the point of view. It is such an important thing to understand not just the facts, but the point of view of the narration, just and the real life. And this skill is innate by literary experience. Right? And the part that I haven't said, no, because of the time, is that mutual interaction between the diegetic model and ontogenic development of the structures of intersubjective understanding creates a dynamic affective scaffold. So this scaffold can modulate the responses that in real life we have in order to comprehend the other actions, just as we have modeled this set of skills within the literary work. So, I think that's all. Okay. So.
I have a question regarding the role of metaphor. Maybe you did say it, but and I spaced out. But there's there are two sides of the discussion. Yeah? The ones that say that it's only a conceptual thing, or that it's only a heuristic, pretty thing, and the other side that says that all language is metaphorical. Or at least that it has a really important role in the way that we structure our ontology. So, my question is, what is the role of metaphor in your proposal? Because I did not see it clearly what's happening with metaphorical language here in the narrative. What is doing?
Oh, well, I'm not a philosopher, but I think I tend to think that metaphor is a more basic strategy, not just for art, for literary work, but in general for social understanding. Just in science, I know it has an important place in correlating science with art, the concept of metaphor. When we are talking about literary narration, specifically about knowledge, maybe a metaphor is a kind of how do you say razón? Background. A background, a kind of background behind the specific strategy that the author used. Maybe metaphor is more obvious when we are talking about poetry. When we are talking about narration, it depends on what kind of narration and what kind of style of narration. But if we are thinking about realistic one, what you have to do is recreate a virtual world, intentional horizon virtual world that has similar things that the real world. If you are thinking about literary work that is more the fantastic ones, maybe you have to use strategies like more metaphorical. But it doesn't matter what is literary strategies are you appealing on. The point here is that in order to create that world, you can use metaphors or whatever the strategies you want. But this work requires a set of skills that are innate, but by this kind of diegetic narration. So I don't know this.
Yeah, but just to follow another. But I was thinking just the rhetoric part, but also the cognitive part of metaphoric thinking. That it can also be an analogy, a metonymia, but the this is that, or this is like that part, cognitive part of metaphor. What's happening there?
Well, we haven't. We are not thinking specifically in the cognitive development of the concept of metaphor in general, but specifically in the theory of mind kind of thing. So the hypothesis is that when you develop this set of skills, of intersubjective skills, you are actually put in practice the same set of skills that the author are using in order to create a diegetic world. What relationship has metaphor or metonymia, so on, for cognitive machinery, no? And what relationship can we think with the novels? It will be an interesting question. I think it's another one, but all this kind of tropos are translated into specific strategies in literature. Right. I think.
Right. I wanted to ask about two things. One is trauma as the center of what it is. Sometimes I've seen that people understand narration as trauma, no, as solving a conflict. But at the same time, it's not as clear what trauma means when it comes to psychology. And when it's trauma of oneself, like what's broken, how does the concept of trauma takes its meaning from a lesion, and then how does that apply here? And I was wondering, where do you think, if any, the notion of trauma applies in the different functions that you take narratives to have? That's one. And the other one is in therapy. And this is I'm thinking more in terms of therapeutical work. There's this theory of the fragmented self that it helps a lot of people to understand why sometimes they don't feel they are. So, for example, when they relieve a situation that brings them to a traumatic moment in their life in the past, they say that the self is fragmented. And in a way, it's also narrative, not like the fragmentation is in a way narrative. Sometimes I find it hard to understand what is fragmented, what is traumatic, what is broken in the terms of concatenation of information. So I would like to know what you think of how to make sense of these more typical therapeutical notions, helping with the notion of narratives to make sense of them. And thanks a lot for putting all this information together. Fantastic.
I don't know. I'm not a therapist also, but I know that there are psychologists and psychiatrists that can tell us more about it, but narrative therapists. I just read that there are indicators of, for example, in adolescents, in teenagers, of suicidal ideation, related to the lack of create an autobiographical. And this tends to happen when in the childhood, these objects has a kind of fragmented self due to trauma. So in order to recreate the whole matter, it is maybe useful to create a narration that tends to reunify this fragmented personality. I think the correlation is useful not just in one sense, in order to comprehend how and why we can create a genetic world. This is an instrumental one and a philological of philological interest. But this other one, I think, opens many different aspects of intervention. One of them is the therapeutic one. The other is of the development of the cognitive skills and intersubjective and affective skills as scaffolds for create skills for relating to the persons in socio-cultural ways. But I don't know, maybe the therapist here can say more about it. The trauma, the first one about the trauma.
Yeah, so I find it hard to rephrase it in simpler way, but some people think narratives can get broken. So based on all that we've seen, how can we understand that something is broken and something is fixed? Like how do we make sense of that in terms of information? That would be helpful.
Good question. I don't know. Just exactly what Peter Lamarck says is that there is a risk of over stress this idea that trauma has a function in, related to the theme of your life, just and the narratives, just and like in the novels. When in the novel something happens, no, a trauma to a character happens, it is because it is useful in order to fulfill the final objective. So you can explain this specific fact, trauma, appealing to a final moment. When you are trying to do this in real life, you have a delusional, metaphysical experience of that relationship, of that analysis. But the other one, when how can narration helps me in order to create a whole meaningful narration. I think it's the therapeutic aspect of that has to be investigated.
We have 2 minutes for one quick question. Is there any other one?
I want to also do. When you were saying that at some point we were reading an artwork and we can differentiate the voice of the character from the voice of the author. In a sense, of course, I understand that there are two voices, but in another important sense, there's only one person writing these things, and it's someone giving his ideas with another character, certain things. So there's in a sense that everything that is written by someone is that someone thinking that thing. I just wanted to know a little bit more on how you think we can really differentiate those two things, or to what extent you're willing to accept that there are two voices, that the voice of the author is not the voice of the empirical person who's writing those ideas.
That's a thing of philological research.
Ontologically or physically, what do you think? Do you think really that what's written for by someone is not theirs at all?
Well, when you are in third perspective, of course, there is the first principle of UNAM is everything within the diegetic world is in a linguistic form, and this linguistic form is everything the author, right? There is a discussion about if Madame Bovary could be a character of another author or just of Flaubert, and so on. So it's just the same metaphysical thing, the character and the person. But this is valid just when you are in a third person's perspective. But when you are within the diegetic world, this is really, there are many voices. The idea that there are voices are an ontological one, and not just epistemical one. This is an epistemical issue when you are out of the novel. When you are within, this is an ontological one. There are two full minds and characters and the diegetic horizon, one of the author, and the author could be really tricky. It could be the real persons who are writing the novel that is just a character also, but it could be an heteronym that are creating just another world, but is a fictitious one, a fictitious person. So there are many different ways of putting the author inside of a novel, right? I think it's an ontological difference.
There's coffee outside, so I want to thank everybody. I want to say, so I want to thank organizer for first. The organizers, Robert, Miguel, Melina is not here now. Also Dani and Katya already left, and Posgrado Filosofía de la Ciencia again, and Sapién, and Filosofía, and all the people that were together in this, all the speakers, all the people that came to listen to this talk with us. Thank you.